Hello, everybody, and good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Now, today there is no trial for the Karen Reed. They're off. They get a whole day off today. How nice is that? And we could have took a day off, but everybody yesterday was saying, hey, Llama, you know what we need to watch? We need to watch Jen McCabe's Cross from the first trial. And I was, because I haven't seen it. So I was like, you know what? Okay. Plus, I had already scheduled a very special guest who never gets to come on because they're usually at work, but they're on vacation right now. So I have the lovely Amos joining me this morning. Good morning, babe. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
How exciting. How
Yeah.
upset were you yesterday? Because you drove like
Mhm.
8, 9 hours. You've been planning to be on the show for like a week now. You've been so excited about it.
Mhm.
And then they're like, there's no court tomorrow.
I was pretty freaking disappointed, to say the
Yeah.
least.
I was like, oh no. Oh no. Good morning, JT. Good morning. Good morning, Cabin. Good morning. So yeah, today we're gonna watch just the cross with Alan Jackson and Jen McCabe. We could do with Lally, but I'll be honest, I don't care enough to hear it, and I don't. I'm a glutton for punishment, yes, but not today. Not today. It's Throwback Thursday, so yay! It's an Amy and the Wild. It is.
It's one that just rolled out of bed, too.
Oh my gosh, I was so excited because we started the stream later today. Because yesterday I was like, ooh, I get to sleep in. I'm so excited about that, right? So I turn off my alarms. I'm so excited. About 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, a huge storm rolls in, like so loud, it wakes us up. It's pouring, thundering. It was a lot. So it woke me up, but then I went back to sleep because it did sound nice. And then shortly after that, Elbow Feet's alarms start going off because he's now going into work at like, I don't know, 6 in the morning or something crazy like that. So his alarms go off and start waking me up, and I go back to sleep. Then little Llama's alarms start going off, and I'm trying to get him up, and he's not getting out of bed. And finally, it's like 8:20. I'm like, bro, you got to get out of bed. The bus is going to be coming. So then I went back to sleep for a little bit, woke up at like 9:15 in a panic because I thought I missed the show because I had a dream about the show, actually, where we had, I don't want to say it was a troll, it was like a bot account thing, right? And like I just saw it keep posting stuff, right? But I couldn't delete. Like, do you ever have dreams like that where you have like one action you need to do, but like your hands aren't working or you can't grab the cup? It was a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I won't say it's about trolls, not yet anyway, but yeah, I've had dreams like that. I mean, last night,
Yeah.
my dream, when I was telling my husband when I woke up, my dad was in this chat. My dad, who's been dead for
Wow.
over, yeah. It was so
You win with the weirdest YouTube dream. Oh,
I was
wow.
like, why is my dad in? I mean, he was being nice in the chat, so there's that, but
Oh,
I don't know. It was very,
that's
very
nice.
strange.
That is
I mean,
strange.
there was other strange parts of the dream, but we won't go into those things
So
because
you,
apparently I had a baby in the dream. I'm guessing that was because of Annie.
oh, maybe, maybe. Speaking
And
of, she'll be joining us later.
and I also
I
had
said, how'd she get you pregnant?
shut up, Daniel. You're live on YouTube, jerk.
Oh,
Good grief.
surprise! Um,
Special guest,
special guest,
Dan from the
Mr.
bed.
Amame. Mr. Amy's here. Um, yeah, that is a really weird
Yeah,
dream.
well, in the dream, I was also an Arabian princess,
Oh,
and I had no idea. Like, it was the most bizarre dream.
okay.
Anyway,
So you're a pregnant
yes.
Arabian princess who
Hmm.
talks to their dead dad on YouTube. Normal.
Hey, that could be a show.
That could be a show. Amy's now officially a medium, everyone. Yes, Amy is on today. How exciting. Good morning,
Hi.
Angie. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. All right. Do you know, Amy, I know you have this all queued up. How long are we looking at for today? Because I did not do
I did not
anything.
look at that. But if
Okay. Well, we
memory
don't have
recalls, Buffy said something in a chat yesterday that it is 6 hours
6 hours.
if we're
Well, we
just
get a
doing,
Zoom, so that's
yeah.
nice. We get a Zoom through
And
it.
we can,
You want to do it like
oh, yeah, that's
1.25? I mean, I don't
okay.
have plans today, so
Oh, clearly I don't either.
I have no plans today. I reserved it all for you. Um, that night, all my plans are this weekend, so I'm gonna go see Thunderbolts this
1.25.
weekend. I'm really excited about
Got
it.
that.
Nice color on you, Amy. I know, right? Terry's gonna be so proud of her. She's wearing pink and she looks great in
I
it.
know. I'm like, okay, let's try some color
Good
today.
morning, Buffy. Good morning. I love it. Well, Buffy says it's only like 3 hours.
Oh, then I was mistaken.
Even better. I mean, we're pulling like 7 to 8 hour streams, so 6 hours is nothing. So you can wait. You should have went before the show when I asked everybody if they had to go pee before we started. That dog, I swear.
Zoe needs a spot on the show. Just saying.
It'll go straight to her head. You know how she is.
Yeah, well.
Oh my
I
goodness.
see you're doing the shoulder thing today. Loving it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I have a tank. It's humid as crap. Remember the other day, when was it? Tuesday when we got the storms. It was so humid. I had to turn on a fan, which I never have to do because I don't like fans. I don't like wind blowing on me. I'm weird. And we usually don't have to put in our air conditioners till like middle of June, sometimes late June, just because the way our house is, and we have a big tree in the front, so it keeps the house nice and cool. But this humidity, ugh, ugh, gross.
It's very warm here where I'm at. I was surprised when we went outside last night and it was like I didn't need a jacket or anything. That's not like
Nice.
Michigan right now.
Kevin says, "Let my Zoe go." All right, let me let them outside real quick. I'll be right back.
Sure. Oh, you don't need that. That's too much Amy.
I'll leave this up so Amy doesn't forget.
It's too much Amy in the morning. You don't need that.
All right, please.
So I have to kill the dead space. This is not going to be good. You guys. Oh, I have that morning puffy face going. I'll wake up. I haven't had coffee, nothing. I literally rolled out of bed and was here.
All right. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. We can all blame Zoe for that.
Yeah, Zoe's not on my favorite list right now. Sorry, Kevin.
Let's see. Zoe doesn't care. She said, "This couch gonna get this butt." Oh my gosh, she is just impeccable at timing. Impeccable. See, look at that. Buffy says you look wonderful, and that's true. But I do understand not wanting the big circle.
I don't do well
It's a
with
jump
Kevin.
scare for me too. Like, oh, God, what is happening? Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, I'm not one for filling in space with like quiet space. Like usually that is like my I can't do it.
Don't worry. I promise that won't happen again.
Well, even if it does, it's fine. I have to learn, right?
Look, we gotta sing the song. Llama
I'm
and
growing.
Amy in the morning. You got it this time. Isn't that great? I wish I looked that good. Just rolled out of bed, right? Amy's like, I
Oh my
just got out
God,
of bed.
Buffy, stop it.
Stop it. We are all on their schedules. That's true, right? Our pets really do rule the house. They really,
All right,
really do.
let me see if I can do this.
And tomorrow morning, guys, you'll want to be here early because I have an update in the mushroom murder trial that's happening in Australia, and it is very interesting. I'm just going to tell you guys about the opening statements and things like that, but woo, boy, what a case that one is. So, all right. So let me make a little banner for us so people are like, wait, there's no trial today. What is happening? All right.
I muted myself. That's what I figured we'd do.
Yeah, rewatching Jen McCabe's That's right. I'm going to talk out loud to all of you as I type. Cross exam from trial number 1. Oh, yes. I picked the right picture for her, too, for the thumbnail. She's wearing the same shirt. I was like, this doesn't look like a picture from Jen that we've seen in the last 2 days, so this one must be from trial number 1.
Yeah. This is actually day 2, I believe, of her on the stand. Yes.
We did see, somebody said yesterday that, and I apologize, guys. So apparently the stream that we've been using this week, which is CBS Boston, because sometimes I like to use the local channels to use their feed from. But anyway, that's the one we've been using. And I guess they've been cutting off their morning meetings before the jury comes in, and they've been cutting off their meetings after the jury leaves. So I promise we'll be using a different one. We're going to figure out which ones cover both, and we'll start using that. So, because apparently they asked Jackson about Jen McCabe's on Friday, and he said he had about like 2 hours to go still. And Brennan was like, oh, probably like 20 minutes. Maybe more, depending how cross goes. 20 minutes? Ooh, okay.
There's no way.
Okay, buddy. Okay, if you say so. I don't see... I mean, if you're only going to spend 20 minutes cleaning up this mess... Yikes. And remember, you know, defense has now a whole day, since there's no court today, to rewatch everything, go through everything, give her questions, compare. Like, ugh, I would not want to be her as a witness, that's for sure. So, all right, ladies and gents, let's get it started. All right. Oh, thank you for
Strategically
making...
trying to mute myself so you don't hear my husband and my child.
Oh, you're fine.
Would you
You're
like
fine.
us to leave?
It's a family show. It's a family show. Good morning, boys. Good morning. Good morning.
That's a wild Cameron over there.
They're like, okay, we'll be quiet, Mom. We'll be quiet.
Yeah, no.
Ask them, do an interview. What are your feelings on Karen Reed? Okay. All right, well, let's get it going, shall we? Oh, you know what? Yeah, before we do, yesterday, my mom calls me, right? In the middle of the second stream, she calls me. I don't think she realized I'd come back after lunch because she was watching in the morning. And her first thing is like, so what is that thing that lady has in her mouth next to the judge? And I'm like, they talk into it for some reason. That's easier. I don't know if they just say full sentences because they're the court reporter, right? Like they're stenographers or whatever, but they use their voice instead. And she was like, oh, I didn't know that. I was like, I've seen him a few times. So then she starts talking more about the case. And I'm just like, I'm kind of in a live stream right now, Mom. We can talk about court later, or you can come watch me. That would be great. She did. It was very funny because the time she was just all lackadaisical about calling me. Like, it's no big deal.
Well, I mean, it was an important question.
It was an important question.
I mean, I've often wondered what they say into it. Like is the judge saying the word, like is everybody's words just being repeated? Like she's just sitting there mocking them all into this thing.
Look who else we have. Oh my gosh, we got guests everywhere today. We got a Buffy. Good morning, Buffy. You're on mute, babes.
Good morning.
Good morning. I forgot.
I'm not missing this.
I forgot. Yeah, since we're starting later.
Oh my God, I'm so fangirling right now. It's Buffy.
As if you don't talk to us like every day.
I know. But she's the reenactment queen.
She is. She is. Now, I've been told that this cross is like way spicier than the one we've been watching, yeah? Okay.
I haven't seen it.
This is the Jen I wanted to see yesterday, but didn't happen.
Maybe we'll still have time on Friday. All right, let's go, Amy. Let's go.
All right.
Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in your life.
Yes.
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
Yes.
You also indicated that you know Miss Reed, and at some point you considered her a
Is
friend.
that loud enough for
Yes.
everyone?
Clearly, John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
No,
He was not a McCabe, correct?
no,
He's not an Albert.
no,
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
correct.
Not a McCabe,
No,
she's not an Albert.
no.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours of the 29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No,
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos, I'm not going to play the video, John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, the
Hey, Amy,
Keefeses.
are you using a volume
I think
booster?
Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but
Okay.
I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was
Oh.
any tension or discord
my volume
between and among those individuals, certainly between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I left with, there was 4 of us that left total. It was
Which one?
myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
When you walked out, Karina Kolkithis was close by, close in town, correct?
Oh, wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
The wife.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
And Miss Karina Kolkithis was sort of in tow right with you as you were walking out, correct?
Yes,
And Karen Reed, my client, was also heading that direction as well, correct?
yes,
You said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
we were in a conversation. Yes.
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me
What's
to
that?
Karen?
No,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words
Yes,
that you
Buffy.
used?
It's 1.25.
I said, why don't you come with me?
Is that
And you
okay
even
for
waited
everyone?
outside in
Is it
what
too much?
was ultimately freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with coach permission, exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Oh, that's fine. Do you guys want it to go
Actually,
to normal
it's a little
speed?
bit
It's only
longer,
3
maybe-
hours. We can do
maybe-
normal speed.
Can we pause this, Mr. Biggs?
Let's do normal speed, Amy. Fine by me. A little
For the record, Your
harder. It
Honor, this is
is.
about runtime 12, 10, 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Biggs, to 12, 10, and about 45 seconds.
Okay, that's not much to know.
That's close enough. Oh. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the thing on the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Let's see if you recognize it. Pause, please. Oh, that's a terrible place to pause. Move further. It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough. Let's
Yes.
go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, re-enhance that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
I honestly, I can't make out what that is.
Let's play it forward and see if this helps. Okay, now do you see a person?
Yes.
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward. Awesome. Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
Mr. O'Keefe,
Yes,
you see someone to his right.
I do. Yes.
And who is that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward. And pause. You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No,
this frame?
that looks like they've walked away.
Right. As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Well, do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
Well, see, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to answer. So I'm asking you, do you see yourself standing in the parking lot after John and the person to his right had walked away?
Yes.
Okay. Let's play it for just a few more seconds. Go ahead and pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turn around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired, you know that John O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes,
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay, so you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
Oh, I like her
I wouldn't-
dress.
No, I was speaking to them and then I walked to my car.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, "You're coming with me." You said to Karen Reed, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told Karen, "You're coming with me," because John was still in the bar with Matt.
So you asked Karen to come with you in your car
Yes,
to give her a ride,
yes,
separate from John O'Keefe.
yes. I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No,
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, to my client, to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form. Ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe?
There was never any idea of separating them.
Except for the fact the idea was, "You're coming with me," not "you two are coming with me," correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside
My question
talking.
would be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, "You come with me," would separate her from John, wouldn't it?
It would not because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time now, correct? Your idea is to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting for John to come out and I said, "Why don't you just come with me?" It was innocent.
I'm not asking for your explanation. You'll get to that with Mr. Llama. I'm asking for a yes or no question or yes or no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained. Move on.
Would it or would it not separate John and Karen for the ride over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview, some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert,
Please.
Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mhm.
You said on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Can we have exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
There appeared to be a relative scale model of 34 Fairview.
Yes.
We haven't shown this in the trial yet, this second trial.
This would be the front door, correct?
Yes.
And where's the mailbox? If you can point to it with the laser pointer. Okay, so you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And then the driveway's to the right,
Yes.
and then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
Yes.
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
Yes.
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
Okay. What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory is not just somewhere in front of a house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? Might have.
I'm not sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, or your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait, no. Excuse me. Repeat the question?
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox, correct?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know
She is.
where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Wow.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question of did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him where the Jeep was.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see? Where did you see it? Correct?
Yes.
Have we put any words in your mouth?
No.
We told you what to say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman. Correct?
Yes.
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have
Night
a
and day.
memory of exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what
Yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes. Thank you. I'm going to direct it to vaccines.
She is so different
Paragraph
in this
3.
new
I
trial.
told you.
This is the
I
face
told you.
page.
She's at the gate.
You'll review that,
Yeah.
especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself.
Come on, Terry.
Do you have that, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told,
All I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this, I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
regarding,
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th?
well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Okay. I have to do it this way, it's court rules.
Mhm.
Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door, it was straight outside.
I can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help?
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's
If
SUV
you
was.
can show me in the report.
Just read it.
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory. You're testifying.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question and
Okay.
then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does. Okay, so just
Thanks.
go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll slow it down. Did you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes,
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
yes,
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead.
Holly,
And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
And you left out a little part
being a member.
by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it. Do you think he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question, please.
Thank you,
Do
Your
you think
Honor.
he's wrong?
And during the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection to see the report?
Objection.
Yeah.
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay,
May I?
yes.
Direct your attention once again to paragraph 3.
I don't think I've seen a more hostile civilian witness in a trial.
You've had an
And we're only like
opportunity to
15
have,
minutes
yeah.
in.
May I approach you?
Yes.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed
GT.
in front of 34 Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will. And you never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that?
No,
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
no,
And you said, I observed her car by the house.
no.
And you never mentioned a Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway to Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th, 29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between now and, between then and now, to Chris and Julie Albert.
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
Okay, but that wasn't my question. My question was, did you talk to them about this case, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers in the editorial. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
Okay, so objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You've talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th.
Yes.
You've talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
And ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you've talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night.
Correct.
They told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood. So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts?
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know
Okay.
that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your
Oh.
daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified
Is she
at the
aware?
state grand jury,
Mhm.
questioned by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes,
You were asked about the Life 360.
yes,
You answered those questions very fluidly.
yes,
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a 2nd.
Mhm.
You admitted that it works as a quote GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable quote unquote tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote,
Something.
so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said when you testified in front of the great grand jury that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Sure.
This is crazy. This is so crazy. Yeah, somebody definitely told her, don't act like this again in the second trial. This
I
is-
think she watched the internet. I think she paid attention to the reaction for sure, because she has reined herself in. Oh
Wow. Wow. I've never seen somebody so confrontational back like on the stand like that.
Out the
before.
gate, right?
Out the gate, yeah, like-
May I approach you?
Yes.
Oh man, how embarrassing for her. Yikes.
Lines 13 through 15.
Yes, that's true.
You said 13 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, look at that. Amos just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Amy. It's a party in here today. Oh my goodness. Everybody's becoming a member. I love that. By the way, if you become a member, we do member-only lives,
Okay.
including live
May I,
streaming
Your Honor?
Yes.
a live event this
Mhm.
Saturday. And you get to use the cool emojis.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer.
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Mr. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? Ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yep.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
Okay. The Alberts had a dog, pardon me, correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th,
Mhm.
after 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Cody?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud,
Oh.
right?
Were you
I
screaming?
was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
That's what she said in Shadow
No.
too.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
Thank you.
I have
Lady
no
Gray.
memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today,
Thank
you
you.
cannot say that the dog was here because
Oh.
you don't have a memory
You're
of
so
ever
sweet
seeing
today.
it.
I did not see it, no.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? Was Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
We talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit.
Mhm.
You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember,
Mhm.
were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would be,
Let me finish my
Mhm.
question.
Mhm.
Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between?
it definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of the
It
road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct? So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've
She
narrowed
makes
that down.
things
It's Karen Reed's SUV, as we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves you. Okay. So you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right? I
Yep.
don't expect you to
Yes.
surprise that date.
Yes.
Um, you were asked, what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location? And you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do. Yeah.
Yes.
Take a look at lines 21 on the highlighted portion.
Okay.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel,
Okay.
correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Miss Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her, correct?
Objection.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside and
Okay, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question. My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
like a half J?
To my recollection, it was almost like started, if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that.
Just
Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave,
okay.
like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw. That's the wave that you saw.
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So
She sees tracks, but no body.
those tracks belong to somebody else.
Okay.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
That's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car,
Mhm.
that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car, right?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said, because I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
Doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time.
She's
Could have
so
been.
feisty.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Wow.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You see, this is also why when they ask yes or no questions, you don't give additional explanations for things, guys.
Yeah, she has a hard time with that though. Feels like she has to explain every
In addition
answer.
to
It's crazy.
Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th, you also gave extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would greatly appreciate it.
Oh boy. I'm so glad we decided to rewatch this today, you guys. Good call, chat. Thank you for yesterday saying we should do this today since there's no
Let me
actual
have just a
court.
moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I told you it was worth a rewatch because you didn't get the same Jen. Now you
No.
not at all.
Wow.
And that's why I was like,
Mm.
you're like, I think he was
Yeah.
going through. I'm like, okay.
Try to speed things up, Your Honor. Let me have just a moment.
Okay, take your time.
Just reminds me of that cheer. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Yikes.
No. But I think the order of the witnesses this time is really throwing off the lines of questioning.
with the
this
defense.
go around. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Yes, be sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. It helps with the algorithm.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the entirety of your state court grand jury.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know after you scan those.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say.
Oh my. What is she reading again? I forgot already.
Ball saying.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to glance at those pages?
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is a relatively simple one, but I wonder if you have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front of 34th Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front and with some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
You
what,
in fact asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
if you want to show me.
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you
I-
review your
I
transcript?
Just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McCabe, you
Objection.
can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same for you. As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no? You did or you didn't? Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep behind Ms. Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
It's
As you sit here,
227
do you
pages.
recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
I can't, you need to keep your
Okay.
voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep, ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough.
Girl, just answer the damn question.
Did you and Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No.
You ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins' Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Were you ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
After you arrived and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 1227 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 1231, you texted, pull behind me to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 1240, you texted hello, correct?
Correct.
And at 1242, you texted, where are you?
Correct.
And at 1245, you texted hello, correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages. And each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay. So if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text,
Mhm.
and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second, that would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 1227, 1231, 1240, 1242, and 1245, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? A second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct? At 1231.
Correct.
All right. At that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here. And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again a second time. So you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right. So that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be, you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I feel like we did this yesterday too, where she had to go 1 + 1 + 1.
Yeah.
1 +
Yes, he did. Because, yeah, we did basic math
So
yesterday.
when you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's gonna take a minute. Can I have anyone in your office?
Really like Karen's dress. I don't know if I could pull off that pattern, but I like it. Chat, how are you guys feeling about the difference between this year's testimony and last year's testimony of Jen? Just
Take a look at those 4 pages. For the record, that's pages 780, 784.
Okay.
Base stamped. After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know.
Also, I like how in the first one they have the podium right there instead of back in some corner by some doors or whatever. I wonder why they moved it. And they have new chairs.
And I want to hear every single one of your thoughts, Barry.
Terry has so many thoughts about it. Put in a long time out after last year's testimony. Yeah. Oh boy. She is still being just as evasive and wanting to over-explain everything, but she's not as there's not as much vitriol coming out of her in this second trial so far. So far. And I think he said to tell her, what, like 3 times? Like, it's my job to ask the question. Damn.
She definitely likes to be in control of the conversation.
Likes to be in control of a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
Hello, Beza. Welcome. So happy to have you here. And a local. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome. Would love your insight. They also haven't brought in the new trial that we're watching now. They didn't bring the 3D or the animation of the house in yet, which I think would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Yes.
You had an opportunity, Ms. McCabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
Agreed,
In
Brenda.
fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking. So,
I didn't ask you about your husband.
okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes.
So you're indicating that you're trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
It's further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Okay.
Me either.
Just right
Me
outside
either,
the
girl.
front door. Within,
Straight outside. Yes.
well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Okay, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes. And then it moved. Correct.
And then moved the second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole and then it moved up again.
Okay. Then you indicated that you had an absolutely clear view
Mhm.
of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside. Correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it.
Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
No, that's okay. I'm going to allow the question.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
So not only did you have a clear view, you indicated in your words you had a good view of it, right?
Correct.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text. It's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
You maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math. You're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm. If you want to pull out the times, then you can look at them.
Well, we talked about the times and you agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45,
Correct.
right? So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know, I was doing the math in my head, maybe it's every 3 minutes or so.
Correct.
At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual? Caught your
No.
attention? You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or door slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out of the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that, is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
That would be very
And then
cool.
you saw the SUV gone, it had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
Where was the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
That you
Problem
didn't
with that
see.
is you were looking at the weren't you?
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
You know what field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
You had a clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV
Yes.
and everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
You had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
So your view was obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mhm.
You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
You think you would see something? Can you clearly see that there is nothing between you and me except the podium?
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to look down to see that, right?
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
She's so snarky.
The alligator sent me. I was like, oh, Alan. Oh, Alan. Yes, we're friends. We're on a first name basis now. Do you think you would see an alligator?
Ms. McCabe, as you looked over that, flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not at all.
Objection.
I'll let the answer stand.
Stand this judge.
You left the location about 1:45. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Did you see anything out of the ordinary then?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. I mean, there's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself looking directly to the rear and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Got it. Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you didn't look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody, you did hear some of the girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you had turned around, looking right out, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you,
Correct.
so that you could make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the two girls.
When you got home, what did you do?
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately between 2 and 2:15.
Took you a few minutes to drop the girls off?
Correct.
When you got home, you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls just using your phone in phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp phone calls, things like that?
A text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party app that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls, other than just a phone call?
No.
Okay. Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make a call. No,
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but,
that's videos. Like,
oh, okay, so yeah, I guess not.
you didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
Did you, now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters, and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes,
Your husband was home?
yes.
I want to switch gears for a second. And ask you real quick about later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts and my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home.
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified on Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
Do you?
I may have just a moment. Thank you.
What is she thinking? In my cook chat?
May I?
Yes.
Oh, that eye roll. Did you just see that eye roll?
I'm going to hand you a document. Before I ask you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes.
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
Understood. You did review your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
Yes.
That is, in fact, a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony that you gave on April 26th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
You'll agree that your testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes.
You were under oath at the time that you gave that testimony,
Yes.
and you were subject to the penalty of perjury when you were answering those questions, correct?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I think Amy might be frozen.
Was I asked what she said?
Either that or she is
Or I'd
perfect
like you
at
to
sitting
direct me
still.
where to look.
I want you to look at the entire grand jury testimony if you need to, and turn to the page where you ever said
There we are.
that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
So it's not in that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to read over 200 pages?
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I don't want to take your time. Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of your testimony, right?
Correct.
So you've gone over it recently.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages or however long it is.
You think you might have missed it when you
That's not
reviewed
that
your
much.
testimony? In anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
Hello.
I read it a few weeks ago,
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
It's not that very many
Yes.
pages,
These are select pages.
right? I read more than that like every week, doing all this stuff. Especially if it's something that's my own words. I'm probably going to be reading that and paying attention.
These are select pages out of your grand jury testimony. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
I question you, isn't it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the leading up to go into the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at, it should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning could I have hit him, correct?
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2. While driving to Fairview, she asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's 12 times that you reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury in April of 2022, what my client's statements were either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene. correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she
Annie's
asked
here.
a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're not asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's not. My testimony is an officer was asking her what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
I do not recall.
Well, you called me, I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, I'm sorry, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That is correct.
That
But-
would have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
Absolutely not.
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
Hopefully this sounds better than yesterday. All right, I need to just do my big girl stretches.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 130 to 145. If you can give me 2 seconds. Yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
Appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning.
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Let's go ahead and play, starting at runtime 130 to about runtime 145.
46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know. I don't know. He's been on a car and
Was that you?
Yes, it was.
Is that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car,
Mhm.
is what you said, correct?
Yes.
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Chris Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Julie Albert.
Correct.
You haven't talked to anybody at this point other than Carrie Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did, because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer. Is that right?
She did not answer.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you are sure about that as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit. This may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't mind.
Folks, we'll take morning.
Oh boy. And we're gonna zoom through the break, but
Exhibit is.
boy.
But I do want to.
If you guys haven't liked this video yet, please do.
John O'Keefe's phone. It'll recording of a 4-minute voicemail on John O'Keefe's phone. It does include the 911 call. I don't want to play the entirety of the 911 call, but I do want to play the entirety of this particular 4-minute voicemail.
Okay, do you know what it is, Mr. Lally?
I do.
Okay, so is there an agreement that it's coming in?
There's no objection to it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
I just needed to know if it would make sense for me to review it if there was an objection.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
There, Karen Reed, privacy, 6 com.
You probably have to. Boom, boom, boom. Oh wow, you guys, this is just so. Why haven't they mentioned that she did call her sister and that there was an answer? They did not bring that up yesterday on her new cross and everything. And that's interesting. And the way she described going into her sister's room to wake them up, you know, and she describes herself in a hysterical state, which she has not done. Miss, I'm calm all of the time, always. So I think that's interesting.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. Be seated for the session.
So, Mr. Jackson, is it all queued up or do we need we need the witness, but were there any questions first or were you just going to the video?
Questions?
Okay.
Hey,
All
you're
right, let's
playing
bring
games.
Ms. McCabe in.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke, and that was in respect of the statements that you attribute to my client out of the scene. You said, well, there was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT, and I wasn't answering questions about that, correct? Hence, you didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Let me rephrase that. Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Isn't it true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208, grand jury. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
So now this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, "I hate him." Correct? We agree on that.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have an item I would like to have marked as next in order.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Agreement one that will be Exhibit 96.
Thank you.
With court permission, I would like to play a portion of this and then stop it.
Okay.
And ask Witness a couple of questions about it. Okay? It's audio only. Ms. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question. I apologize. This appears to be a open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. Do you recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recorded inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
Correct.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on, ambient noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least the portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I have to listen to it again, but.
Well, why don't we continue listening to it and see if you recognize it?
Okay.
With court's permission?
Yes.
It's about 4 minutes in total, Your Honor.
Okay.
Pause it. Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes.
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
Distributing.
Did you hear the audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood. The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Could you also hear Carrie Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down?
Yes.
And at some point telling her to just shut up, you're not helping.
Yes, exactly.
Because she was so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that this recording is longer than your 911 call. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call's already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Okay, this is about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording. My only question is, would you agree that the 911 call was subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, you could, I'm assuming, tell when the 911 call ended, because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by definition. I'm not going to do that. From this point forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording. If you play it with your permission.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. One of my dogs escaped from the yard, so I had to go run him down. So sorry for the heavy breathing.
Did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
Okay. One of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
Yes, I heard that, yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There was nobody else in the cab of the car with you, was there?
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Carrie Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe.
Agree. Yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
And Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes.
But you were the one by the car.
Back and forth. Mm-hmm.
You called Nicole, your sister. By the way, did we finish playing this just for, okay, thank you. Okay, that appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
Okay. You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me,
Does that sound about right?
approximately.
And you made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, right?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes,
And you
and
were shown phone records.
well, if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then.
Yes.
Girl.
And at that time, you were confronted with the fact the phone records show a 7-second call for 6:07. Correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and ask the
You were
question.
shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds.
My sister never answered the phone.
Okay. I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'd like it if you'd answer my question. Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone record.
Okay. And you were shown that the same phone record showed that the 6:08 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right. And there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute. So the two calls at 6:07 and 6:08, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of open line time, talk time. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, right?
You have the record in front of you. I don't.
I'm just asking if you were confronted, there's that word again, if you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction, your phone records, that the 6:07 call, 7-second call, 6:08 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone regardless.
You also made another phone call at 6:23, did you not? To Brian Albert?
If you could share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
Do you recall it?
I know I called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert as well, right?
I believe so.
That was around 6:23. It was a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
But the record showed that call was not answered, as opposed to Nicole's two calls, right?
Right.
Okay. The calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement. Okay.
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls when I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
Okay, so we'll get to those. I'm not cherry picking anything, okay?
Mhm.
Asking you questions about the records.
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
We'll get to that in a
Oh my
second.
God.
Just going by your memory. You've seen these records a bunch of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we know that you called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock, and I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around, and what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think anybody's forgotten.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
In fact,
Yikes.
Did not leave voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
That's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails. The calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
Do you agree with me that Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Albert being a police officer, never came out of the house, right?
Correct. Neither did any neighbor.
I know you'd like to continue editorializing after the fact. Probably the time and the place for it. This isn't it. If you can answer my question, I'd ask that you do that.
You can write a book,
Did
Jen.
Brian Albert come out of the house?
No.
Did Nicole Albert come out of the house?
No.
Thank you. How many of the initial police officers from Canton Police Department who responded to the scene were you friends with?
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, "Hey, how are you?" Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody else other than Mike Lank that you're friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who he was.
And you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
You knew that Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You just indicated you also knew Officer Good, is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Sarah, Delaney, not so much.
Sarah has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Sarah.
And of all the officers who responded to the scene, the 2 who actually went inside the Albert home to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
The reason you know that,
Class.
you have a memory of what was happening inside the house, is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
Correct.
And you went into that home before any of the officers went into the home. Is that right?
Correct.
You were allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
That was before the police ever went in to do any formal interviews of you, Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you 3 were going to answer any questions for the police when you were asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was no.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
No.
Did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should do with your cell phone?
No.
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No.
Did you 2 discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
No.
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
Absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Ma'am.
Did you tell him which officers were outside?
To the FBI.
Not to the FBI. That's right, Amy.
I don't recall.
Did you tell him that Officer Lank, specifically, friend of the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
And then your husband, Matt McCabe, arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to come in the house as well, right?
I believe Officer Lank was in the house before Matt came into the house.
And a little bit later that morning, Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lank, after just a few minutes, then left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Correct.
And I can't remember if I asked this question or just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Yes.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before going into the early morning hours with each other with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Holla.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before going into the early morning hours amongst yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it, yes or no? Were you allowed, that group of folks, were you allowed to discuss the case without a police presence?
Yes.
Okay. So you listened during that friends and family gathering, you listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, you're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking some questions. You don't seem to want to answer.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so let's ask a question and let's get an answer, okay?
Yes or no? Was Brian Albert there within earshot when you discussed your version of what had happened?
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little, to be honest with you.
But what little you did speak, he could hear.
Yes.
I thought she was a chatter.
Yes.
And Chris Albert could hear.
Chris came much later.
And your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes.
Okay. And then when Chris is talking about what happened at Waterfall, you could hear and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
Everybody was trying to figure out what had happened.
And you're discussing it amongst yourselves. That's my point.
With my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
Hello, Mama Llama.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
Mm-mm.
I don't recall seeing him.
Him.
Kevin Albert.
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
Because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
I was told later it was Kevin.
I see. So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
Do you remember?
I don't remember it. No.
He could have been.
He could have been, absolutely.
And you knew he was a Canton police officer.
Yes.
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
Yes.
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
Correct.
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different way. Did you have knowledge in any way, shape, form, or fashion, at that point, that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him, is that right?
I believe so.
You mentioned on Friday your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
Correct.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that the taillight looked, when you saw it, just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked, and the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, a close-up, basically, of the SUV and the Sally port. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
Yes.
You also told Trooper Proctor about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
Correct.
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Just a few hours later, is that right?
Correct.
And what you told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
Matter of fact, the words that you used were that you saw, and I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said. I said, I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
This is another example of him screwing up your words, correct?
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
So I'm asking you, did you say, I saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack in it, right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission, it's Exhibit 92, I believe, from Friday.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
You see that photograph? You were shown this photograph on Friday. Does that look like, does it like has a crack in it?
It's cracked. Yes.
It's actually completely missing.
Yeah. And I believe in one of the reports, one of the many reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Right. Does that look like it's cracked and missing pieces, or does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces. There are some of it still there. So it's cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
Got it. So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No,
Shock and
Hours
awe.
after,
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
so if Trooper Proctor wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again.
Objection.
That's been answered. Let's move along, please.
That's okay for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to get back to January 29th, that interview with Trooper Proctor. After this interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes.
You went with your husband, Matt,
Yes.
and you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
On the phone, he wanted to speak with me.
Is that a yes?
So I wasn't aware. He asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct.
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on interviewing you as well.
Correct.
Before Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct.
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
This thing.
Brian Albert was in your home before Trooper Proctor was in your home. Is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs, yes.
And you believe, of course, with that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear
100.
anything about the interview,
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he was.
but you knew he was just a few feet away.
I knew he was up in my bedroom.
We've talked a little bit about your call records, and I want to pivot for a second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit 90.
I know, right, Amy? The cops got her statements wrong. Her messages get deleted. Her Facebook or her calls get deleted. It's so convenient that all that happens to her.
Thank you.
Well,
You
I think
recognize
it could
that
be
document?
and or.
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Correct.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those time frames, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
The record shows, I think it shows, pardon me, unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure, the 12:29, I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay.
That one in the Celebrite extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? It's on the last page.
Yeah.
Second row from the top.
1229. Unknown, yes.
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 229
No.
call, correct?
We didn't speak at 229. We spoke at 1214 and we spoke at 1218. We never spoke at 1229.
So you're indicating that the 1229 call was either missed or otherwise? Went to voicemail, something?
The 1229, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way. According to this, there were 6 more calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Count them, correct? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And that's before, or that's up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you another document. Or if I could approach briefly. May I?
Yes. Thank you.
I'll take, so we don't get them mixed up, I'll take exhibit 90 back.
Okay. Thank you.
I want to show you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one?
No.
Okay. If you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the
Okay.
left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there.
MS.
0142, sorry, 0142.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to answer this question before we approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching about this document.
Yes.
Why don't we just go up there?
Sure.
May I have that, please? I know you need to review it.
Falling behind on my duties.
Maintenance, may I approach and, Your Honor, just for ease of maintenance, may I approach and handle
Yes.
an unredacted version?
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
you'll see something that says Apple ID.
Yes.
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. You recognize that?
Yes.
Whose Apple ID is that?
That's mine.
Okay, if you look, 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't leave the phone number out. Just tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Whose is that?
That's mine.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't get it mixed up. Does this appear to be Cellbrite extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time?
Yes.
Associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from 12:14 after that all the way up to 12:50, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 12:14 and 12:50.
There are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
What
I'm
time?
just not sure. I see a call at, wait a minute. This report has times everywhere.
Right. It's chronological except for the calls that were deleted. You see a call at 5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone.
I see a call at 5:52, yes.
But there's not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
You already knew
Not one.
It's very hard to, this report jumps time-wise.
You can look at every single time on the report. There's not that many.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to say that
Oh, the sirens.
it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order. They're out of order.
I understand that, Mr. McCabe, but if you look at every one of the entries, there's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or any of the subsequent 12:29, any of the subsequent phone calls that are all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Did you agree with that?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move for the admission of NN as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Fact of the matter is, according to those Cellbrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, I'm sorry, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two, you saw a bunch of calls on John O'Keefe's phone, right? You know, he couldn't have deleted them. He passed away, right?
Correct.
You saw your cell phone extraction, which is the handshake, John O'Keefe's phone, and all of your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague. There were numbers. There were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
There's a bunch of missing calls, right? You didn't see any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or no? They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing.
Wait,
I'm
what?
not really even sure what's there because the numbers are it's all redacted.
So you were not seeing any redacted calls.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
It's now an exhibit.
It's now an exhibit. Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that
Do this
report
all
did not
day.
show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14 to 12:50.
I believe there was one on there.
5:52. That's the next morning, ma'am. Right?
Were there other calls in that time period on the Celebrate?
You just said there weren't. You just looked at it.
I've told you that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right. Fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Would you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The fact is that you deleted your call record before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McCabe? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessant, correct?
Incorrect. I willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted your phone call logs, correct?
Absolutely not.
What date did you turn your phone over?
Possibly February 3rd.
How many days after this incident was that?
4 or 5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any group chats with family members who are witnesses in this case?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Look through those.
Don't we all? Oh yeah, her yesterday words aren't important, and then they were
Well,
important.
Mr. Lally is looking through that packet. Can I just ask to make sure the record is clear? Did you delete any of your calls before you turned your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with the 2 officers that I handed my phone over to, and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations with my daughters. And they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So other than calls with your daughters that you deleted, did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I do not recall deleting any phone calls at all. I would have no reason to delete anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls. Did you might have?
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I do not recall deleting any phone calls.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No,
Did you delete any of your calls with Nicole Albert?
no,
Did you delete any of your calls with Brian Albert?
no,
With Chris Albert?
no,
With Julie Albert?
no,
Colin Albert?
no,
With any of the witnesses in this case, did you delete any calls before you turned that phone over?
no, no.
Yes.
I don't delete any phone calls. Is that a regular thing people do? Because I don't delete anything.
Ms. McCabe, I'm handing you a
Oh.
packet of documents.
That's delete. That's the whole pile. That's not.
Appears to be about 10 pages long. Do you recognize what's in those documents?
Yes,
You indicated already that you were part of a group chat with certain members of your family and friends.
correct.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat between yourself, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, on or around that group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen, yes.
On February
Can you just
1st
tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course, Your Honor.
The bait stamp number?
2148.
Okay, thank you.
Start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page. On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148. It should be the middle bubble, the middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie said channel 4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes,
And the response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
yes.
You look at the next page, the top,
Mhm.
149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert.
Mhm.
What is that answer?
Exactly.
What?
Does it appear to you from this chat that Matt McCabe was directing witnesses, specifically Chris Albert, what to say to the news media?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're
But Matt
saying?
knows John.
That is
Right?
not how I would understand this.
Matt McCabe is her.
He never went in the,
Yeah.
tell them he
Yeah.
never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Just like she said, I hit him.
Correct.
So according to this chat, at least, at the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe. Right?
That's what he wrote.
Does that sound to you a
Not great.
little bit like collusion?
It's not great.
Objection.
It's not great.
Sustained.
Mm-mm.
At some point, you sought out Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th.
Oh. Oh, we lost Amy. Uno momento. She is in a hotel right now. So
Hotel Wi-Fi is the worst.
that's true. That's fine. We'll give her a second to come back on and pull that up. That's okay. We'll take a little breaksy here because I do want to talk about what we
stretch.
Yes, for those joining us the first time, I'm Llama. Llama, me, and Annie have not watched the first Karen Reed trial. We're watching the second one as it's happening, but there's no court today. So we decided to rewatch Jen McCabe's testimony from the first trial because she's currently on the stand in the second trial. So you're telling me that her husband, Matt McCabe, who clearly has to know John, right? Because Jen says her and John were besties.
They're besties.
Mhm.
So I imagine that her husband is also probably besties in some way with John, or at least very familiar with him. And they're also referring to him as that guy. What? That guy. And when she calls 911, she's like, someone's in the snow. What?
She said there's a guy in the snow, or a man
Yeah.
in the snow. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how she refers to him. She never says my friend. She never says, oh my gosh, my friend is dead. Or oh my gosh,
in the testimony that we recently just watched, in the current testimony, she, was saying that she was trying to get all the information out as quick as possible, or as many details out as quick as possible. And just saying a man in the snow is so vague. So vague.
And remember, she just said in this one how hysterical she was, and she was shocked.
Yeah.
And this is about her dead friend in the snow, and all she can say is, "There's a guy. There's a guy in the snow." And then her husband is just like that guy.
Yeah, tell him he never came in the house. The guy never came in the house.
These people have weird definitions of friendship. Is all I'm saying. That's what I've learned in the last couple days. Is they define friendship very differently. Okay, well, the lovely Amy is back, I think. Oh, yep, she did move.
I'm back.
Okay, welcome back. You are so good at sitting completely still.
I'm trying to move, but then I feel like I'm being too fidgety.
Oh,
So-
no, you're fine. You're fine.
You can't out fidget me at this point.
Well, you have a reason. You're pregnant. I'm just a fidgety.
Yeah, so no one calls him Officer McKeith. Yesterday, Jen says she wasn't hysterical. She was in shock, but she was calm. It was Jen who was hysterical and screaming. Always with the screaming.
Screaming.
I mean, she was. To be fair, she was very hysterical. But I mean,
To say it like it's such in a bad way.
I mean, it's kind of weird that nobody else was, in my opinion. Like, y'all are really good at playing it cool, because I would be a basket case.
Right?
Like, if I saw like someone I love dead or like laying in the snow like that, I think I would be
I'd
a
be
little
alarmed.
hysterical. And everybody else is just like, "Come, I'm not gonna do the reenactment this time." like, calm down.
Why not?
Shut up, Karen.
Shut up, Karen.
Yeah.
All right. Well, before we press play, if you guys haven't yet, please like this video, and that way it lets everyone know that we are live. And subscribe, because we are watching the Karen Reed trial live every day here at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So make sure you like and subscribe. And hit the notification bell, because it'll tell
We're so
you.
happy all of you new people have found us.
Yeah,
However you
fun
found
day.
us, we're very happy you found us.
What a fun day. All right, let's bring it back, Amy.
Okay, we might have to go back a little bit because I'm not sure where exactly I lost you guys. So
That's fine.
you have to let me
That's
know.
fine. Okay.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
That is not how I would understand this.
He never went in that. Tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat, correct?
That's good, Amy.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Are we good?
Yeah,
Just like she
it was
said,
like right after this.
Correct.
So according to this chat, at least, the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened in the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe. Right?
That's what he wrote.
Does that sound to you a little bit like collusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
At some point, you sought out Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th, or maybe not, maybe on the 29th, right?
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No.
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Carrie Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
It had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
On the 29th.
Yes.
So before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, you do this all day long. Before the end of the day, you were trying to get a hold of Carrie Roberts, correct?
Immediately in the morning, I wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First, you tried my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a second ago, you were claimed that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way to see John O'Keefe's parents.
She was picking them up.
And you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, did you?
I wanted to speak with Carrie, see how she was doing. I was not going to call Peg.
You had her phone number, didn't you?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called.
Not tonight, Kelly.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
Check on your friend? That was just too much.
I wanted to ask Carrie. I'm sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone. It was a simple thing. I made sure I got Carrie Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together. There's nothing evil here.
Robert's number, Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you controlled her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
Did you take any steps whatsoever to influence Carrie Roberts' statements?
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you write a text to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed them that, quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158, where you informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote.
Correct.
So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a, quote, timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
Yes or no? I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house and, quote unquote, go over a timeline?
Carrie showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Carrie Roberts a timeline for her, correct?
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, that she was creating this timeline with you on February 1st,
Aw.
2022. Isn't that right?
Hello,
Yes.
Miss Lurker Extraordinaire. I love that name so much.
After you created or drafted this timeline with Carrie, she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking. She sat down for an interview with the police, didn't she?
When?
You tell me. It's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Yes.
After this timeline was created on February 1st,
Mhm.
at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're sort of burying the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am,
Ooh.
right?
There was
Ah,
on Tuesday, 2 officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
so, using my question, she did the interview at your house.
Oh, they came to my house to interview me and she happened to be there. So they asked if they could speak with her also.
Okay. Did she or did she not do an interview at your house?
She did, yes.
Oh my
That wasn't
God.
that hard?
Answer the freaking questions.
Was that hard?
Jesus.
You were present for that
No.
interview, weren't you?
Caffeine's coming out. Mm-mm.
I was
I love
eating
his
dinner.
You were present for the interview, Ms. McCabe,
I was in the house, yes.
and you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview,
know.
didn't you?
And
I
where
know.
is this that you're quoting
I'm
from?
asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I apologize.
We'll get to it in a second. Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
But then you did report her progress to the Albert and McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
Sure. Isn't it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote,
Me too.
and we handed Carrie, sorry, and handed phone to Carrie. Remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group, she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Yes.
You did.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., it's basically the same moment, quote, all this stuff, end quote, correct?
Correct.
So when you said a couple of minutes ago that you weren't listening to what she was saying, that was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about 2 different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview. One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening. So I think you might have 2 events confused.
so either way, whether she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group,
Shannon.
telling them everything.
No, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because Carrie is an extremely blunt person, and she was giving personal feelings about the situation. And I was horrified by it.
To the police.
To the police.
And you're listening.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting it back to the group, weren't you?
That one thing she stated, I reported back to the group, yes.
So you're listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it, correct?
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting that interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person, not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship. And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You're so shocked and horrified that
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided it was so important that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert and his friends.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back.
Yes, I said she told them everything.
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023, you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly what that text message was referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, because Carrie Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Carrie Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything, all this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it. And one day Carrie made the statement, and I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something and then you're like, oh my God, that's what it was.
I'm not sure that happens to everyone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask you a different question. When you were asked under oath a year ago, when it was things were fresher in your mind, you were asked specifically what you were referring to, and your answer was, I have no idea, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to be asked specifically, do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Carrie, maybe. I'm talking to Carrie. And the question was, but you don't recall this text? And your answer was, I don't remember. That's what you testified to a year ago, correct?
Correct.
But now you're talking about some memory of a disparaging comment that Carrie Roberts has about my client. And that's the everything in your mind.
Yes, the things that she was saying.
Quite obviously,
Okay.
what you were referring to in that text in real time, Ms. McCabe, was that Carrie Roberts was telling the police, quote, everything that you had laid out for her in this timeline meeting you had with her, correct?
Objection.
So it's sustained as to that form. You can ask that question in a proper way.
The everything you referred to in that text in real time was what you had worked out with Carrie in that timeline meeting, wasn't it? That was the everything you were referring to, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to come up with a story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
You went on in your group chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Carrie Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167. Matt McCabe texted the group, Brian, comma, sitting separate, end quote, correct?
Yes.
Sounds like Matt McCabe is reporting back to Brian Albert following the instructions or sitting separately.
Objection.
Sustained.
One minute later, Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Ms. McCabe, if you don't understand a question that I have, just let me know, but otherwise let me ask the question. On page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group, quote, "You listening?" Correct?
Yes.
And at the same time, 515, you then wrote, "Cops here again," end quote, correct?
Correct.
That was in reference to the police coming over to your house to further interview Carrie Roberts, wasn't it?
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Carrie Roberts was there.
Was
correct?
at my house, correct?
And a few minutes later at 5:23, Nicole Albert texts, "Call us after," correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that, Matt McCabe texts, quote, "This girl could write a book, ... nonstop," correct?
Correct.
So obviously Matt McCabe, along with you, was listening to Carrie Roberts in her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with our children, and Carrie Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on
How do you
as
know?
she does because they
She
were in the other
does.
room.
And you could listen.
I could hear voices.
You could hear her interview with the
Says
police.
Did
you,
not hear her
Jen.
interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
You then responded to Matt McCabe, "I love it."
Yes.
And then you responded about this interview you just testified under oath and under penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, "She is telling them everything,"
Yes.
end quote, correct?
Yes.
So what you said just a few minutes ago about not knowing what she was saying, I could just hear voices, that was a lie.
It was.
Okay.
Objection.
Sustained.
And a couple of seconds later, Nicole Albert responds, one word. What was her response?
Good.
It wasn't intentional.
So in order, those texts say, "You listening?" You say, "You listening?"
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day, you were eavesdropping on an interview that Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity.
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not eavesdropping. I'm saying there's a possibility if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
Well, why, Ms. McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving? A second ago, you told this jury, you said, "I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like muffled voices from the other room." She was going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with a text message where you said, "She's telling them everything," now it's, "Well, I may have heard a couple of things." Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
Why was it so important to report back to the group that you were happy that Carrie Roberts was saying, quote, everything?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We had both lost our friend. Kerry Roberts was in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Kerry was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together, and I had pieced it all together, because at the end of the day, our friend was dead and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened, because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
Oh, thank you,
For
Kelly
me
P.
and for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
Got the story out that you're trying to get out from Kerry Roberts. Right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create? I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report. A Lank, grand jury, right? That kind of fact.
Objection.
Is that right?
That is the fact I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
The fact is, you wanted to keep very close tabs on Kerry Roberts, didn't you?
No.
On January 29th, if you look on page 2223, did you text the group, quote, Kerry talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote.
Yes.
Okay, it's become a habit for you to keep tabs on Kerry Roberts, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You'll agree that over and over and over and over again, you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Kerry's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them. Was there 4 of them? You're saying over and over and over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue with the way that I phrase over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Mrs. Kane.
Okay.
So at least one of us, I'll withdraw. You consistently reported back to the group how Kerry Roberts was doing with the police, didn't you?
I would update them after Kerry saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another
Totally.
text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th, and this is on page 2226. And she says, quote, we'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it, end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than let's not text about it.
So you wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle, correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their job.
So by definition, the info that Nicole Albert was talking about that needed to be kept very tight, very secret, correct?
We needed the police to do their job, so we weren't going.
Texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
Not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Didn't even give me private information.
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert, we'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
So did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers? Anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Kerry are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Kerry and asks how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her.
So you pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought about reporting the fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is considered off the case, you had a meeting with that was unreported the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car and what happened?
And Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No. Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car and her and Kerry are friends, and she was checking on Kerry and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Kerry's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Could have been hours standing outside?
Sitting in the car.
Sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
Not February 30th.
I said February 30th, January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Kerry, and they were talking. It's her friend.
Still in the house.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th? Anybody?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Who was it? And when?
Omar, you are so funny.
It was a couple of weeks ago
Thank
at
you
the
for being
DA's
here.
office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview. They just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation? How about that?
Yeah. Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully, I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Beelan?
No.
Lynn Beelan?
No, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
Ah, but an employee of the DA's office?
Yes.
It sounds like a pretty big meeting.
I wouldn't call it a big meeting. There was, 5 of them?
How long did you, 5 of them and then you? Right?
My daughter Allie came with me also.
The meeting's getting bigger. Anybody else?
No, we both went.
Was Allie in the room when you were, I was going to say interviewed, but you take issue with every word I used. When you were talked to by the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over everything, how this all works, because this is all brand new to us. And then they asked me to leave the room.
It's train time.
You were about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now, at this meeting, was anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs, and nobody has a notepad in front of them? Like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
Taking notes?
I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Was that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know, approximately 20 minutes. Then I left and they spoke with her. And then I went back in and they spoke with me.
How long did they speak with you?
Honestly, maybe half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you what they expected your testimony to be?
They never spoke about what they expected my testimony to be. They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911.
What pictures?
Just of the house and how I'd be asked to, show. Okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and they'll have a laser.
Okay, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
So you wanted to prepare to make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination, correct?
I wanted to know what was coming, yes.
And you knew that one of the things was coming after this meeting. Well, let me ask it a different way. During this meeting, did Mr. Lally tell you one of the things that's going to be coming is you had an off-the-books meeting at Lank's house for 45 minutes? Did he tell you that?
No, that's not how I was told.
Did he tell you that the defense had uncovered a report that established that you were actually at Michael Lank's house for 45 minutes that had never been reported to the defense or the prosecution before the phone extraction had been done? Did he tell you that?
I was asked, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th?
So you've had a lot of time to come up with a story about why you were at Michael Lank's, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up at Michael Lank's house. The first responding officer and friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose.
I
just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story, it's the truth. Carrie dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Carrie is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened the day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you have this off-the-books meeting at Michael Lank's house, Nicole Albert says, we'll get more info tomorrow, meaning the very day you show up at Lank's house.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lank at his house. It was not an off-the-books meeting. It was Carrie dropping her daughter at one of her good friends' house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop. That is what it is. That is the truth.
A lot of coincidences.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah,
Yes.
This is crazy.
She's a little more fiery in the first trial.
That's, by the way, what did Mr. Lally show you in respect of this issue about this meeting at Michael Lang's house?
He showed me nothing.
He just told you about it.
Brian Tully told me.
Okay, what did Mr. Tully tell you, Trooper Tully? What exactly did he tell you at this meeting about this Michael Lang issue?
He said, did you go to Michael Lang's on January 30th? And at first I said, no, I've never been to his house. And then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there. And that was the extent of the conversation.
You said, yeah, I did go there, and he didn't ask a follow-up, like, what the heck were you doing at Michael Lang's house the day after this issue?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He didn't ask a follow-up like that?
I do not believe he did.
So Trooper Tully, had you come down for an interview, he confronted you with a fact that had never been disclosed before, to wit, you showed up at Michael Lang's house, and when you said, yeah, oh yeah, hang on, I think your words were, oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up question?
He was there. You're spinning all of this.
Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin. There's a judge here to make sure that I don't spin. I'm asking you a question. It's very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael Lang, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally didn't have any follow-up questions?
I don't believe Mr. Lally was in the room.
Who else? I thought you said Mr. Lally and Mr. McLaughlin.
They were. They might not have been in the room at that time.
I see. So Mr. Lally just happened to, just saunter out?
It was a different time.
So Mr. Lally was in and out of the conversation?
Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened.
Well, why is that?
Because I met with Brian Tully and he was not there.
Is Brian Tully taking notes?
No.
He's a state trooper interviewing a witness, and
he was.
Objection.
Sustained.
The same report that has you at Michael Lang's house also has you picking up Nicole Albert going by 34 Fairview just before you went to Michael Lang's house. You aware of that?
We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
So you went by 34 Fairview, then diverted, and right after you went by 34 Fairview, went directly over to Michael Lang's house. What was the reason you stopped by 34 Fairview first?
We didn't stop by. Maybe Carrie slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
So you did a drive by 34 Fairview for giggles? What?
No, that's how we get to Michael Lang's house.
If the report shows that you actually stopped at 34 Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's house, would we have another oh my gosh moment?
Nope, no oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
Did anybody else go with you over to Michael Lang's house?
No, it was Carrie, myself, and her daughter.
Your Honor, maybe approach briefly.
Okay.
Oh boy. I have so much to say.
I am going
We haven't
to.
covered most of this yet in trial 2. Like the last hour and a half, 2 hours, we have heard zippy zap about any of that.
They're trying.
So I look forward to Friday.
I cannot wait.
Me too.
Wow.
Ms. McCabe, we've talked in some detail about your calls with John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
I want to focus your attention on or at 12:14 a.m., moving up to about 12:50 a.m. You have that time in mind?
Yes.
You've seen the celebrate extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you the other day, correct?
Correct.
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
Correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly, just to orient you if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was a call that you indicated was answered. You had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
There was a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds. That call also was answered by you. John O'Keefe made that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Then there's the 12:29 and 44 second call that you indicated was not answered.
Correct.
And that was a call to you, from you to him.
Correct.
There was a 12:41 call from you to John O'Keefe, correct? That was
correct.
There was a 12:41 and 54 second call from you to him. Is that right?
Correct.
There was a 12:43 and 19 second call from you to him.
Correct.
12:46 a.m. and 16 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
And 12:50 and 37 seconds from you to him, correct?
Correct.
You saw in his extraction report that all of those calls after 12:18 were missed calls, correct?
In his report that you showed me?
Correct. In other words, the only two calls that were answered were the 12:14 and 12:18. Everything else was a missed call.
I believe so. I would have to refer to it again because I've seen so many reports.
And Ms. McCabe, according to the extraction reports that you've seen this morning, comparing yours to his, every single one of those calls was deleted off your phone, correct? According to the reports.
According to that report, yes.
Let me ask you another question. Have you ever misplaced your phone?
Yes.
In life, everybody does it, right?
Yes.
What's one of the first things you do if you're with your daughter or your husband or a friend and you're in your house and you misplace your phone? What do you do?
Oh, I'll ask them to call my phone.
Right. Even over and over and over, right?
Correct.
Could be as many as 5, 6, 7 times.
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
You're looking for a buzz or a ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50. You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm asking you about your prior testimony.
And I'm asking,
About these calls,
yes, I'm asking, can I see it, please?
I'm asking you a different question. At this other proceeding, which you were under oath,
Yes.
right? You explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. I like 2 words.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls
So you
was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Wow.
So
No, ma'am.
according to you, you literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I don't remember making any of those calls. So my assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket.
And then she go to voicemail, guys.
And that was it.
When you dial someone by mistake,
Answered and
you
picked
hit a button,
hung
set
up.
your phone down, the phone has to be open. You'll agree with that, right?
6
Correct.
Can't be locked. It takes several iterations of movement to get a phone open. Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away, that's a butt dial. You can call butt dials. What happens with the call?
Wow.
I assume it goes to voicemail.
Hello,
Good
Micah.
assumption,
Thanks
because
for
that's
joining.
exactly what it does, isn't it? You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes,
It rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
correct.
So in order to hang up that butt dial, you have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes.
So if you had 6 butt dials, I think it's 7 butt dials, you'd not only have to interact with the phone once to butt dial John, you then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I mean, I guess I don't have it all right in front of me, but there were also text messages I was sending. So again, maybe I said, oh, shoot, I called them, and then I turned it off.
That many times,
You
though?
don't remember those incessant butt dials and those incessant hang-ups at all, correct?
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction showed that John O'Keefe got no voices from you, right?
I didn't look, but
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be your last question for today, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The period between 1229 and 1250, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times, that's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
all right.
There's some
folks, so
talented
with it, we're
in this
Stephen
city.
Wyatt. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So
Okay, well, we're going to just take a quick little break. So if people need, we're going to continue on with the rest of her testimony, which is the next day. But I'm going to give everyone like a 5-10 minute break to go to the bathroom if you need to, get some snacks, and we'll just talk for like 5 minutes and we'll get back to it. What in the world? It never goes to voicemail a single time? Girl, we all know how phones work.
I'm just saying they have the most talented butts in all of Canton.
It was talented butts. Things get deleted. They
Right.
don't know how. Things aren't in reports. What? And I can't even right now with that.
I mean,
wait till the butts start answering each other. That's
shut
coming
up.
up with. It was a butt dial that butt answered, and then the butt of the other person called the other person back. It was
Wow.
That's interesting. How
And
many butt dials a year do you do? Like accidentally dialing? I will give myself maybe like one.
It
A
does
couple.
happen, but usually I can hear somebody walking for like ever,
Mhm.
Right?
but they don't call me back.
They don't call you back.
Their butts never call me back.
And they don't
never
usually
got-
hang up either. Like it's pretty talented for a butt to
Right?
call somebody and hang up, and then call
Yeah,
somebody
because-
and then hang up,
Yeah,
and then call
because
somebody and
if
hang
I
up 7
accidentally
times.
call my husband, which has happened before, like, come on, it does happen. Usually, like I have to hang up. I'm like, hello, I can hear your butt, and like he doesn't answer, and I just hang up.
Right, meow. And select the name. Yeah, like it's not. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous of her to say that. Well, it's because okay, you do it once, right? Then what do? You hit the little lock button so it doesn't happen
Right.
again. Like elbow feet, he'll have his phone on, he'll just put it in his pocket, and I'll always have to be like, babe, your phone is on, you're gonna call somebody. He never does. It never happens. But then he takes it out and he makes sure it's locked. So I'm sorry, Jen. Get out of here with the butt dials.
I don't believe
Get
it.
out of here
Not
with
for a
that.
minute. Not for a second.
And see, here's the
I
thing. If
don't.
you're lying about something, like you can literally say, I don't know. But then I guess she can't say I don't know, because then she's going to have to admit how drunk she actually was that night. Because that's really the only other explanation is how tanked were you that night to not know how phones work or butts. But okay, Jen. Okay. Wow. Yeah, so currently where we are in trial 2, not today, but it continues tomorrow. So much of what they've just went over today, they have not brought up at all. There's been no text read between her husband and the group. I think yesterday they got into her being at the house at Link's house. But like, can we talk about how she is constantly being like, Carrie is such a talker. Carrie is such a talker. Like, ma'am, you won't even answer a yes or no question without writing a 5-page essay response.
I was about to say, someone in the chat said that she is got to be terrible at Scantron tests, and I'm like, but she is killing the written. I'm just saying.
Hi, Micah. Welcome to the channel. Is this a rewatch because it has been watched before, or part of y'all have? So this is a rewatch. Myself and Annie, who's on break right now, did not watch the first trial. We are currently watching the second trial, but there's no court today. So we use this opportunity to, because Jen McCabe is currently on the stand in trial 2. So chat really wanted us to watch Jen McCabe's testimony for the first trial. So that's what we're doing here today.
My first time watching Jen McCabe's first testimony too.
Right.
And I'm just going to say it's a show that I didn't know I needed.
It's so much different. And y'all are right.
Yeah.
She has had a makeover. She is definitely.
She's got the more demure look in this trial, the more softer appeal.
She has definitely watched herself on YouTube
Mm-hmm.
and read the comments. I'm just saying.
I think so too. That, and she has been coached for sure.
I don't know
whether she coached herself or somebody else did it.
I think she watched her testimony.
She probably. I mean, I don't think she's a dumb lady. I think she's pretty smart.
I think
I mean, in some
Brennan
things,
would
obviously.
do that. Like, I don't think Brennan. I want to say that he's shady as he is. He knows better than that. But like, also, her testimony is all over the place with a billion commenters. So all you have to do is go back. What are people saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm not reading the comments, y'all. So if y'all like saying stuff about it.
You know, Right Meow has said that they think there's a lot of reasonable doubt. I'll say this, from this trial that we're doing so far in trial 2, nobody has anything good going on for them at the moment. The prosecution is doing a shit job. Shit job not calling witnesses ahead of time. They're a mess.
It's just the order that AJ is going, or not AJ, Brennan is going in is just totally shaken up. I feel, and everybody might say it differently, but I feel it's kind of shaken up.
I think that's intentional.
I know it's his strategy. He is totally doing that to shake up the defense. The defense is all over the place trying to bring in stuff
intentional
that witnesses haven't been brought in to discuss, and that's kind of messing up a lot of the sense of the story.
I will say they haven't brought on the
because it sounds like, just based off of the first. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. You're fine.
I was just saying, because of watching yesterday and now seeing what you see here, there's totally things that, like you said, Llama, that haven't even been brought up yet in the testimony. But I don't know. I think that the strategy of the prosecution was totally to throw off the defense by doing this wackadoodle, calling this random people in no particular order. It makes no sense. It's just, I feel like it's part of the strategy.
At this point, Lamar, at this point in trial 2, I don't think that there's a way to do it either way. Like, because they haven't done Emmy, they haven't done it. I'll tell you my deciding factor right now, because I've seen the autopsy photos, and the fact that there is no bruising on his arm when he allegedly got hit by a car going, 20-something miles an hour. There's not a single bruise on that arm, and that is very problematic for me. I don't know how they're going to explain that.
To answer his question, no, I don't think they're going to get a unanimous guilty verdict. And I don't think they're going to get her a not guilty verdict.
I don't either.
I think it's going to be hung just like last time.
I think it's going to be another mistrial.
I do too.
Because-
Minus the DUI charges. She's already screwed herself.
I
with
think the murder charges are going to be extremely hung. If the Llama, and I will say the caveat to that is if they can actually read the jury slip this time.
Fair.
But I think it's gonna be hung again. I don't think go on Twitter. You cannot get people to agree. Like it is a constant. If you take the internet as a microcosm of what people are saying, it's just a sample. It is so split that I just don't see you're gonna get 12 people to agree. It's going to be hung again. I'll eat my words. I promise you, I'll eat my words if they do convict her. But I'm saying, like, I just feel like if the internet is just a sampling of what society thinks, I mean, I'll be surprised you got 12 people in there to agree.
Well, even with their text messages, John and Karen's text messages before the bar, they're trying to be like, oh, they were arguing and fighting and blah, blah, blah. No, not really. It wasn't that hostile of a conversation. I mean, was there some talk having about relationships? But when we all watched that, we were all like, oh my gosh, we would have been so more heated in that conversation that like they were like, oh, this is gonna go towards motive, and it didn't. She was being fairly. Was she calling and texting a lot? Yes.
Yeah.
Was it a little annoying? Yes. But she wasn't trying to be like, I want to leave you or anything like that. She just wants, them to spend time outside the kids because she's great with the kids. They were trying to make a mountain out of a molehill over those texts, in my opinion.
I don't know. Send me an eye roll emoji and see what kind of text message you get from me.
I know.
Numerous times.
I know what the emoji is. You get the
right.
I will send you a kissy face.
Yep.
Okay. Well, you guys, do you guys want to get into the rest of her?
Let's
I had
carry
doubts
on
Rittenhouse
with
would be
this
acquitted of any charge, and he was acquitted on all of them. I mean, that was a great trial to watch, in my opinion. If
I
somebody
see
hasn't watched trials before, but
kitty.
oh,
Buffy
there's
has a kitty cam. Oh, look.
Wasn't the foreman for the last
We got
trial
cats.
a retired police officer?
That's what I heard.
Girl, why are you bathing on camera?
I don't like when
That's all cats ever do is bathe.
I don't like when they
It's safe.
pick jury foremen for them. I don't like that.
Okay, let me get this. I'm falling behind in my duties, man.
It's okay.
Get it together, Amos.
I know.
Gosh.
I am really new at this.
All day.
And by the way, I have another storm rolling in about 15 minutes. So hopefully we don't have a
It is
repeat of
currently
Tuesday.
raining here, so we shall see.
Yeah, we got a red line coming my way. So
We got Amos. She can do it all.
and Annie now, she's a professional.
And that, yeah.
I don't know about that.
But if you wonder why I'm so dark, that's why, because it's not looking great out there.
It's
It's
not.
not great. Mm-mm. I am just
Okay.
shocked. I tell you, shocked
Shaq and Hara.
about this testimony.
Shock and hot.
Wow,
Shock. I can't even do it.
that's not the right one.
I'm not just saying the accent though. I love the accents. I love
Oh, I
all
do too.
accents.
I do too. I love it.
But I think what I've noticed the most about the accents from Boston is there's a lot of facial expressions with their accent.
Hmm.
You know, when they say a word, it is like also it's very much in their face too. Like in their eyes, and I don't know. Anyway, moving on.
Interesting.
Okay, so
Shocked and horror.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did
Come
anyone
on.
happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I wanted to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission there. Sure. Same, it's on page 5, what she said. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included group chats, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. Can I approach on it?
Yes.
I don't need to rush you.
That's good.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that are authenticated be moved, marked and moved to the evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes.
Exhibit 98 from what?
Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
Exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please? Sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any not is doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than sent or transmitted, your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Incident report, page. It's like the second to the last or third to the last page. It's lights. Would you take a look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but do you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically?
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please. Do you have that in mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it,
Well-
that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lang going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report, what he writes that you said to him,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lang when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, "I hope I didn't hit him," end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say, she, Karen Reed, I'm sorry, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lang, is she said one phrase, "I hope I didn't hit him," correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lang's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Blank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who.
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters, letters saying that they hope things.
Why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this, Mr. Jackson. The door's open.
Your Honor, she should answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So That is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor. Michael Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lang's house, and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lang's. It was not Jen going to Michael Lang's. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations over the last 2 years.
Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
It's the multi-page report. I'm going to show you this page. Okay.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay, was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence.
Right.
But that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right. So if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had, at some point, multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes. Is this what was marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
This is just a full ones that are tab highlighted.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. You could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay. Okay.
And just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes.
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to
Okay.
do it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, first call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m., you then call Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m., Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with her?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach briefly?
Okay. Tori.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. That you will, they'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
You remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute?
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds.
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes.
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea. I don't want to hold you to a number. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room. You had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Carrie Roberts was there.
Carrie Roberts was not there.
On the 29th?
Carrie Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe 1st? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room,
Mm-hmm.
that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, "You
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor
Oh, we're a little frozen. Is Amy frozen?
or Michael Proctor prior to
Oh, there we go.
September 2023?"
So the objection sustained.
Sorry.
If you indicated
That's okay.
that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's
False
everywhere.
statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS, that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring to?
The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay. I'm-
Right, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so. So that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrite extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrite data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mhm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Did you actually Google search it?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was
2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
There's so many lies and misconceptions
question.
on social media.
No question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking, and she was saying, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally
The
don't
storm's
remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
How about
And I picked up my phone and I started saying that at her.
do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
That morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it,
Mhm.
that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in cold, correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
You later Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ooh. Did you guys hear that thunder? Oh, it's not picking up. Oh.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're back to this.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Did you see this, the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
May I?
Yes. Is that Madam Court Reporter? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
I mean, you'd think so. You would think this was her trial. Explains why trial 2 feels like it's the prosecution's the Jen McCabe defense.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason.
Yeah. Exactly, Lady in Gray.
You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the actual fourth column left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both spellings, both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says Hoslong to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the search, right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning and 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one, at 6:24, says hostile to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is, your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 227. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrite will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those three searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrite report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he
Objection.
not your...
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the three searches that show up that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those three searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a search.
That's not what I asked you. The one according to the Celebrite report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Magical phones.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Canton.
Thank you.
May I close briefly?
Yes. Thank you.
Are we watching this too?
Ugh. Oh my God.
Really?
I
Good
guess
morning.
why not?
Good morning.
Going back a little bit, you were asking questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone, is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times, is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience using that app, how accurate is it as far as location and time or anything? in regards
Who
to
would
it?
she know?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Right. Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about text between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know, do you?
Can you clarify?
Sure. You know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled onto Fairview Road?
They were texting at about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside?
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different?
It was in one place and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time, as you took a glance out the storm door, did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No.
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
No.
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
No.
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
No.
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
No.
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, or after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
No.
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted them home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from the storm door out towards a vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
And you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockamok. Is that right?
Objections.
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockamok Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockamok?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the pool, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
Now, again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No.
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
Not really, no.
Do you know what a wall file is?
No.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
No.
Do you know what a knowledge profile C database is?
No.
Do you know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
No.
Now, as far as Let me ask you this, you had 4 children and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point you did work though, right?
Yes.
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. Folks, feel free to stand up.
If I could take you back to 4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kaylee Burbush, is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
And there's 2 other people beyond that as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car, you had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Kerry and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before it connected and you said you bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone, and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
He's all right. This guy is slow and boring.
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911, and Karen is screaming hysterically, and then Kerry starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic, so I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Now,
Scary. Yes.
at some point you went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Crazy.
And at some point, you indicated that you had called Officer Lang to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as, were you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lang's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert or Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
You were asked some questions about when you were on scene, and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the night, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And were you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allowed. Okay.
Oh. Sidebar. Sorry, I missed part of it. I had to eat something. I was feeling.
I'm
very
ordering
hungry.
Domino's.
You're ordering Domino's.
Yeah.
I was eating the rest of my mod pizza from last night. It was like a
Mod pizza, like MOD pizza.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
We have one of those here, and
Oh
I've
my
driven
God.
by it. Is it
so
good?
Yeah, it's like gourmet pizza. You can put whatever you want on it, and I got all sorts of awesome things on it.
Huh.
It was the first time I
Okay,
had it
well, I'll
last
have
night
to
too.
try it out.
It was very good.
Okay. I keep looking and I laugh because I haven't tried it.
Sorry, we'd fast forward, but Amy said she had to step away for a second, so and
Ugh.
she's the one running the video. So
We're just going to
will-
talk about pizza.
we will just talk about pizza in the meantime. I'm gonna make everyone hungry. Make everyone hungry.
Even though it's only, 3 p.m.
This woman is something else. Oh my,
Oh my goodness.
Wait, oh, really? You work at this so long that Bev frequents? Oh, wow. Wild.
Oh.
That's pretty cool. I wish they could have gotten a different judge for the second trial. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably. I feel like they should do that too, but see, Kelly confirms it is good.
Is it like, is it similar to Blaze Pizza if you guys have had that?
I don't know what that means. But you can like pick all your sauces. They have all different sorts of sauces, all different sorts of meat, all different sorts of veggies. You can put as much as you want on the pizza for like the same price. So it's like
I think that's
$12 for
different.
like a good size personal pizza. So
Really?
yeah, I got like artichokes on mine and chicken and different kinds of cheeses, feta cheese. Oh my gosh, it was so good.
Interesting. Okay.
I
Kelly says it's like Subway but for pizza. That's kind of like what Blaze Pizza
Yes.
is.
That is a very good way to describe that. I give credit to whoever coached Jen for the retrial because she's much better than she was the first time. Yeah, a whole completely different demeanor. But I'm curious. I can't wait for tomorrow morning because Jackson has not went over most of this stuff with her yet, and the parts that really got her fired up, he hasn't talked about yet. So we'll see if she can keep her composure during all of that. I got pesto. That's what I got, Bells.
Bells. Oh my gracious.
Oh, I think so too. I think she definitely.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
She's already said that, you know, it's all over the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about the Haas long.
I mean, okay, so a bunch of phone calls, but dial phone calls got deleted from her phone. A Google search got deleted from her phone. All the Ellie's reports are wrong. She did not say that, or they didn't include the things that she supposedly said. Like, girl, how much wrong stuff can happen to just your things?
One person.
Like,
Oh, a
really?
lot of things go missing in this trial. If it would be funny if it was just her, but it's literally not. Like, how are we missing so much surveillance video from the Sally?
Yeah,
we're missing Google searches. We're missing. I mean, just like, guys, for real.
I can't believe they let her delete the conversations between her and her daughters. Period. Like, before they took her phone.
Right? Like, ma'am, we need your phone. Just a second. I need to delete a few things first. Because that's not like, sure you already have.
insane. Can I just delete some potentially vital information? You don't know. But can I just delete some stuff off my phone before I give it over to you really quick?
This investigation is shit.
What? Wow.
Sidron?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another procedure, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of it, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know. I know what happened.
Can I approach on?
Yes.
I'm giving you 2 pages. Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that yourself and look up.
The page again, Mr. Lally?
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, is your memory refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements?
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form. No leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made, and it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him, and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, was with him when you met him?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that day, did you meet with other troopers?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it, yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier, as far as things, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document, again, staff to look at it. Just in general, ma'am, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your phone.
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want to seek to introduce the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
The exhibit 100.
Thank you.
Now, again, Ms. McCabe, initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital, and I was just looking to see how John was doing.
You had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, either that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Kerry was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Kerry went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
8:30 Eastern. But
And
yes.
can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Kerry called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had.
No, I'm going to allow it.
And Peggy had suggested to Kerry, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring to?
Mrs. O'Keefe,
John's mother?
John's mother, correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
You know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. So that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she had spoken to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone, was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the truth?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer.
Okay. So basically, Carrie is a talker, and once she started,
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
okay, she said something like, John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
Let me ask you, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m. And you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
He had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No.
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had called?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you were testified about certain incidents of harassments that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had that been going on for at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Was it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Stand as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else is stand.
Okay.
And so, your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior, no.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that or any time subsequent?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling round. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was or what occurred on that day?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
And prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor or any other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its occurrence?
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of pole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever is going to happen?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And there are some misspellings, correct?
Correct. I also have MS and I have issue.
Well, I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hands. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
When you were in your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m., fair to say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or hockey?
Objection. Sustained.
One moment, John.
Yes.
Nothing further on.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Concerning
Let's go.
statement, I hit him. He gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Light. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit it, correct?
Correct. Although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that. Next question, please, Mr. Jackson.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
It was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you claimed is awful and terrible, et cetera, around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful, Ms. McCabe. I'm sure it's terrible.
It is.
It sucks to be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained, and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, I hit it, to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding, in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, I hit him, to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
You indicated when you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children, correct?
Correct.
Including Allie, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable, and I'll sustain that. So
You're aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that, no.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
that's sustained.
Did you know at the time Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
But you deleted all those communications with Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Allie, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered.
Colin
But
had
go
all
ahead.
the-
Let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you not delete the communications with Allie?
Objection.
That's been answered.
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Carrie Roberts made during her interview. that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general. When she said, I told them everything, I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Kerry Roberts. So yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to get.
Yesterday.
So, do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't, Your Honor. I'll grab it. It's marked. Okay. Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
No.
Yes.
Take a look at those 2 pages.
Could you tell me what pages, please?
169 and the second page, Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind.
What's the second number, Ms. McCabe?
Number, the bottom right.
2170.
Thank you.
You have that in mind?
Yes, I do.
May I? Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of your husband saying, this girl could write a book, this woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. And then you said 2 texts down,
Jesus.
she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right.
How are they friends?
I don't know how
Nowhere in that
they're
text
still
chain
friends.
did you say something along the lines of, oh my goodness, I'm so horrified. Did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, I'm so horrified. Did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
You were asked on that morning,
Look at the book page. Kelly.
2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened? And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe. She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was, because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34 Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John, correct?
At 34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is
Where's
that
the last
if it
one?
hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck,
Where's Buffy?
you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was there. She did.
Yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct question?
Oh my goodness, Ms. McCabe, it was 5 minutes ago.
Did he ask, did you see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked just a second ago by Mr. Lally if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. All
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done.
All
We'll
right.
take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I mean,
We will. Wow. Okay. Wow, you guys. That was
Wow.
thank you all for yesterday suggesting that we watch this testimony from the first trial, because what an eye opener that was. Wow.
For sure.
Wow, I've never seen a witness be like that on the stand ever. And we watch a lot of trials. If you guys are new here, like, we're not lawyers or legal experts. We just enjoy true crime and trials. We watch them for fun. We're trial nerds like that. But I have never seen somebody on the stand, a civilian nonetheless,
With that, they
Totally just calling out Jackson like
combative.
that. My God.
Combative. Oh my gosh, so combative. And just, she cannot answer a yes or no question. And she wants to talk, she wants to say Carrie talks a lot. She talked way more than Carrie.
on
for
and
sure.
on and on.
Pretty sure you get both. Well, I'm pretty sure you get Karen. No, not Karen. Jen in a room, and you're not going to get a word in edgewise.
No.
It'd be like,
It's
mean,
just,
that's just my opinion.
it's funny to me that in this testimony, right, she describes, Karen as being as screaming and being hysterical, and as though none of that should have been the
Dramatic.
case. But then she tells about, right, but then from her experience, she describes this entire situation as hysterical and horrific, and that she's in shock. Like, but yet Karen, no, she can't respond the way that she responded.
I think I've learned from watching today's rewatch of her testimony, which, by the way, is the first time I've ever seen it. I've never watched any of her testimony. She is dramatic.
Combative.
She's a hot mess, in my opinion. She's not believable. I mean, the amount of times I've seen her she gets to the point where she's really struggling to answer the question, her eyes just kind of flicker quite a bit. She licks her lips. She tenses up. Like, the body language is pretty significant, in my opinion, that she's got something to hide.
Yeah.
She's licking her lips in the current testimony every 4 words.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's very toned down now.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference.
There is certainly a difference, though she is still like, let me see it. Let me see it before I answer. So she is
Yeah.
still like that. She's still very much like that.
I don't
Bissoni.
know that I've ever seen a witness do that. I mean, I've watched trials, but I mean, maybe I'm just noticing it a lot more with her, but I've
No.
never really noticed where witnesses like, can you show me?
Yeah, never. I've never seen one.
Uh-huh. Like,
With the exception of maybe a law enforcement or an
Right.
expert, you know, that they'll be like, can I reference my report
Yeah.
or whatever? Which, okay. She needs to
Right.
see everything with her own eyes before, and that's wild to me.
you know why? Liars need to
Huh.
see words because they have to tell themselves that, like, I need to know what I said so I don't fuck it up.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's a fair point.
Hmm.
Fair point. Oh, man. So
Somebody
you think,
definitely told her she could ask for that.
Oh, yeah.
She's
for
coached.
sure. For sure. Because you said that they had lawyers of their own, right? So it may not
Oh
have
my
been
God, that's
prosecution that coached them, but I bet their personal attorneys help them out there for sure.
I stand for
'Cause-
sunshine.
Because nobody that's
Now-
never been involved in court knows that they can do that. Like, no, she's just a mom, you guys.
She doesn't know.
She's just a
She's
mom.
baby.
Oh my gosh.
Now you'll be watching her a whole lot more closely tomorrow.
Yes. Hi, Sam. Happy birthday to little Sammy Sunshine today, by the way. Happy birthday to him. Yeah. Oh, I am excited tomorrow
Yeah.
because again, there's so much they haven't brought up with her specifically. That because they haven't had her look at any texts yet, or anything. So I'm excited to see.
It
see
will
how
be
she's gonna be.
interesting to see how she answers those questions.
Yeah, because that really got her fired up. Really got her fired up.
She is definitely gritting her teeth this go round. I think she's like really biting her tongue. Like,
And like, don't
I
get
don't
me
know.
wrong. Like the fact that they've all been harassed the way they have is disgusting.
Yeah,
okay?
I
It is. It
would
doesn't
agree
matter
with that.
the harassment,
I
the
don't.
families,
She shouldn't. Right.
and the children, the stalking. Like that is not okay. As a matter of fact, if you care so much about this case, you're kind of jeopardizing the case when you do that. Okay, you're not helping. You're not helping get justice for whichever way you want the justice to go. It's not helpful, guys. Not helpful. So I do have sympathy for her there, but I do feel like she shouldn't have brought it up as much as she. I'm surprised the judge allowed that to be brought up, to be quite honest.
So who took Colin home
Her daughter, I guess.
from Fairview?
Yeah, I guess.
And this
so.
was after like what time was that? I don't.
Yeah, that's a good question because this whole case is what time was that? Because if you go by like the prosecution has their timeline, the defense has their timeline, and everybody gets going, well, what time was that? Because the
for this particular
prosecution's
thing or for
time-
everything?
For everything.
Yeah. Okay. Well, because I'm just thinking. I mean, I'm just putting it out there, and I don't know enough about the case to actually really come up with a theory or anything. But just so far, I'm thinking to myself, okay, so if John was hit by a car, did it necessarily have to be Karen's? Because supposedly Karen left, right? She left the scene. John was still there. Then Allie, is that her name?
Yes.
Takes Colin home.
Okay.
I guess.
So to that is there was another car that was parked out there.
Look at what I got for us. Made by the lovely Cap'n.
Cap'n, you did such a good job. It looks beautiful. Buffy
Oh, we
needs
are
to.
covering up some people. Hold on, maybe let's do.
I don't know
Let's
what
do a
would be
different one.
best.
Can we do this one? Nope, that
It's
doesn't have all of
fancy.
us.
How about?
Nope.
Well, you can just not have us on here.
Oh, there we go. There we go. I got it. Yes, the lovely Captain put this together for us because I was like, we're getting to the point I don't know who's who anymore.
Okay.
It's a
This
very
looks
flattering
beautiful,
photo
Cap'n.
of Jen.
You know,
I'm super proud of you, Captain.
it looks great. Yeah, I don't. Where are the people?
Okay. Oh wait, maybe I'm confusing Colin and Allie with Julie. So Julie, right? Ryan's sister. Okay, Julie, she got picked up, but her brother came to pick her up, but somebody
She
else
didn't
took her
go.
home. Right.
Right. She
Who
was in
took
the
her
car.
home?
Jen McCabe. She was in the back seat with Jen McCabe.
And Sarah, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe McCabe hit John with a car.
I don't think he was hit by a car.
I
don't think
agree
he was
with
hit by a
that,
car at
too.
all.
I mean, you're right. I don't know because I don't.
The injuries are
those
not
pictures don't look like a
consistent
car.
with a car injury. And Emmy
No.
said that.
I mean, you can tell that with your own eyes looking at the autopsy photo that is that is not what happens when a human body gets hit by a car.
It would seem like he'd have to have bruises in more than just the areas where he had bruises if he were hit by a vehicle.
They weren't even
that threw him, right?
Yes.
That doesn't make sense to me. Also, I was curious too, like this is totally back to the whole car thing, but yesterday in the testimony, didn't she talk about how everybody was at the house talking at the table, right? And she even said the car mechanic, like all these people were sitting there, and I'm like,
I think she was
randomly throws up the car mechanic as somebody who's visiting.
I think she was saying that afterwards there were so many people in and out because people were coming by, like giving condolences or checking on the family and stuff. That there was even the car mechanic showed up to,
I still thought that was a little funny.
I don't think it was, hey, they sat around the table and helped us build a timeline or anything. You think that,
I mean, it seems most likely to me, based on what I've seen with his injuries, the fact that there was a dog at that residence that somehow disappeared shortly after, the fact that, I don't know, John seemed to be this ladies' man, right? Like, it seems like there was people that really like John, as far as the ladies anyway. I don't know. There's just a whole hell of a lot of reasonable doubt, in my opinion.
That there is.
So.
And we haven't even gotten to the investigation yet.
And I haven't even seen everything.
No.
I've seen the red Solo cups.
We'll go over more of this family tree that Captain made. I think tomorrow we'll go over that during some of our breaks, by the way. So.
Oh, we can go over it now if you want.
We can go over it tomorrow. It's fine. I just wanted to give people a heads up that we had it, and then tomorrow we can, go into it and all that. But she did a good job, so I wanted everyone to see it first.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Annie left on her own. I was like, did I just kick her out of here?
Yeah, did. Yeah.
I did. Yeah. Now, does her husband, Matt, he is good friends with John, I'm assuming. Yes?
I mean, they know each other as far as I know, but I don't really remember much from his. I'm going to be honest with you. His testimony didn't really stick with me.
Interesting. He's a cop too, right?
No, I think he works in computers. He's an IT guy.
Yeah, he's not law enforcement. See, I should have just looked it up. Look at me. You guys were right. That's not the right one. This one? Oh gosh, no. Sorry, guys. Oof.
Oh wait, you're beautiful.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it looks like Matt is not law enforcement because the law enforcement people have little darker teal outlines on them. So, I just feel like he had to have known him enough to not reference, him as that guy. Didn't come in the house. What a shocking series of texts that is to hear about. I can't wait to hear more about that. And somebody said that in the last one that somebody testified that a man did come into the house that some people couldn't identify. Does that ring a bell, Buffy? No?
I
Okay.
don't remember hearing that. I'm not saying it didn't.
Sure.
I'm just saying I don't recall that.
Because everybody in that teal color was at the house.
Okay.
So that's a lot of people. And it also looks like a bunch of younger people, kids, early adults. I don't know how old all these kids are, but late, they're in their late teens, early 20s, maybe. It looks like. Oh, chat is saying yes. Yes. Not everyone saw him. One of the daughters. See, that's what I was just thinking was it one of the younger people who, saw them or him or whomever, the mystery man, and wouldn't know, but I don't know. I'll say this. So the jury found Jen credible?
According to one of the interviews with one of the jurors, they said that they found the Commonwealth's witnesses credible. So I assume that meant her as well.
Okay.
All of them, or just one of them, or that's?
I don't think they were very specific.
That's
as to who.
weird.
I mean, I feel like they would have made it except her, but they didn't say that.
See, she might come across more believable if she would shut up. Shut up, Jen. Shut up. Quit saying things.
She's a talker. She's
She
not.
is,
Well,
she is
she's not a talker.
Crazy.
Not like Carrie.
Not like Carrie, though. No, she says that all the time. She seems like a shit friend, if I'm going to be quite honest.
I'll be like, girl, you said that about me on the stand?
Numerous times before and now.
They probably have gotten closer since the last trial. I mean, they probably had to meet more times and talk about the timeline and all of that stuff.
It's a mystery wrapped in an enigma on top of a fuckery. Oh my. But Higgins didn't know everyone at the party either, right? But he would know John, right? Because I hear there's some steamy sex messages or flirty messages.
It was a situationship.
Ah, okay.
It was a flirt, man. A textual relationship.
Textual. I love it. These people, though, it's just like, it's so strange. Like, how do you drive past him at 1:30 in the morning? All right, we saw in the video, because they actually showed us a video we have not seen yet in the new trial. When they're coming out of the bar, it has like the van there, the parking lot video or whatever. There's barely any snow on the ground. Okay, it's light dusting, really. And then they want us to believe that, an hour later, when they're pulling out of the Alberts and their Yukon, which is high off the ground with bright lights, they didn't see John there, which is crazy. And then Jen also being like, oh yeah, I saw the car when it pulled up. It went from here, it went to the flagpole. So you could see the flagpole, but you didn't see a big, dark lump in the shape of a human body ever.
It wouldn't even have been out there long enough to be completely covered by snow, or even moderately covered by snow. It was like a whole hour.
By like 1:30 when they left, I think that's when she said around the time they left.
If he was hit between 12:21 when she supposedly parked and 12:40 from the last time the text message was sent, then it was like, and she left at 1:30, that was less than an hour.
Yeah. You're not getting that much snow to cover an entire human body.
I mean,
not in Massachusetts.
Not to be
at the beginning of the snowstorm, because the heavy snow doesn't come until the daytime in the morning.
Right, and a lot of snow is going to melt if it hits something that's warm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
he's not going to be instantaneously cold enough that the snow is not going to melt when it hits him if he's knocked out dying in the snow.
I would think so.
No,
I would think so. Maybe.
Well, they did say his temperature was like 85 degrees, right? Whenever they got to him and had to warm him up. So you're 96 and you're at 85, you're still warm enough to smell snow. Even though you're not warm enough to sustain life or, to yeah.
I'm just saying by the time that they would have drove passed him at 1:30, he would not have been out there and been cold enough that the snow would have just been melting off him as it hit him.
Yeah.
Or it would have been melting off him as it hit him. I'm sorry.
I think maybe. You know what I saw though? I saw I was on Reddit last night, and you know I belong to the Yellow Jacket subreddit, but a picture of Jackie came up, and I was like, oh, that's right. That is what somebody would look like if they died in the cold.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Remember Jackie?
Thank
Oh
you.
boy. Well, that this all gives me a lot to think about. So I am looking forward to tomorrow. I feel like Jackson has to start asking some of these questions he asked in the first one. Now, will the jury get it? Because we haven't been told who any of these people are. We haven't even met any of the investigators yet.
But you hadn't met any of the investigators, but were you tracking it a little easier in this cross? Like, even though you didn't have any,
Yes.
you still haven't met any of those people, and you have not seen any of the trial, and you just saw this from the old trial.
Right.
It was still easier to follow, right?
I think so. Are you talking about from Jackson's cross
Yes.
compared to yesterday's? Yes.
Yes. And
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. I feel like he's
Mhm.
very clunky. I don't know why.
I thought it was easier to follow, and even though he was being a little theatrical, you could tell when he was trying to make a point. I mean, he did it in a way that, like, I don't even know who the hell he's talking about. I'm not that familiar with this timeline or anything, but even I was just like, what? Like, wait, what? What is happening here? So I do think that his cross, I mean, yesterday afternoon after lunch, he did a lot better than he did in the morning. The morning was rough, I'll be honest. In lunch and towards the end, he got better, but it is very, very different between the two. I don't know if that's because he's limited on what he can ask her because of what Brennan has. I'm not sure.
I don't know if he's just trying to get it all out there so fast that he's not like going through it slowly. I don't know. I just felt like he was kind of all over the place. And I feel like he's been like that in all of his cross. And like I said, I don't know if it's just because the order of the witnesses has thrown them off, or
yeah, the prosecution is doing a shit job telling this story and making it easy to understand for the jury, in my opinion.
I still say it's intentional.
Well, this may be their intentional plan, right? Throw the defense off so defense doesn't know who's coming or what's going to be asked. But I think what we're going to get is this may be a big mistake for the prosecution, right? Because when it comes to the defense's case, if the defense can just make a thorough story where it's all laid out very clearly, that might be a saving grace for the defense, because the prosecution's just throwing shit everywhere, right? So if they can make it all make sense in a good way, in a timeline, that might be beneficial. That would probably be like, oh, they have it together. Why doesn't the prosecution have it? Why isn't the prosecution just being straightforward with me? I don't understand. So
I'm still just thrown by the fact that she lied to the FBI.
I thought they were coming to sell me something.
You mean to tell me in 10 minutes from the time they showed up to the time you started talking to them, which was maybe 45 minutes later after at the end of talking to them or whatever, that they ask you who all you talked to before in that 10 minutes, and you could not remember the 5 people you contacted. You could only remember 2. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Give me especially one of them being Peggy O'Keefe, his fucking mother. Excuse my French. There is no way that she did not remember who she talked to.
No.
There's no way. Sorry.
Right? She made 5 phone calls and forgot, but don't forget, guys, she knows everything. She only had a little bit to drink that night. And she put together a timeline with friends.
This was a whole year later. This was April 2023 that they came and asked her.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. So this wasn't even like right afterwards. This was a whole while later.
So she remembers a lot more about 2022 than she does what happened in 2023. you're going to tell me that the FBI shows up and you're not going to remember every freaking thing you said and did while you were talking to the FBI?
Right?
I would be confessing to things that happened to me. Yeah, I'm like, I
accidentally
we
stole a
pull
piece
Carrie.
of candy when I was 6.
And
Like,
just be a talker.
whatever you want to know.
Right. We just be like Carrie, telling him everything. Everything.
be like, what do you want to know? I'm sorry. I had to wash my clothes. I had to get another, I had to brush my teeth. I had to do this. I had to do that. I had to do this. And then I had to call my husband because I'm too nervous to talk to you about myself. And I'm getting a lawyer. Stop talking to me.
Also,
Like, why are you
the FBI wants to talk to you and you're thinking about brushing your teeth.
I mean,
come on, ma'am. You are
Yeah.
not right.
She also, what was she saying? Oh, she said, well, yeah, we all got together and talked. We're trying to find out what happened to my dead friend that was found on the lawn. Isn't that what the cops are for? Isn't that what all your family and friends do? Maybe you should just let them do it. Why are you playing detective, Jen? Why are you trying so hard, Lady Sherlock over here?
citizen detective.
Right? Citizen detective, right? I'm just saying, like, that's the thing, right? Maybe they're not lying. Maybe this is all exactly how it happened. But the problem is you have meddled too much. You have muddied the waters too much. You won't admit that you've done it. And that's kind of on you guys. You should have known better at this point. Like,
I do agree. They
Why
just
would
made
she
themselves look suspicious.
yeah. Yeah.
It looked funny to me when she, in her testimony today that we watched, she was talking about how she was worried because Carrie was saying everything. Was just saying, what was it? How did she say? Oh my God, she's saying everything. She's telling them everything.
Oh no!
Why would you care?
worry? She's not worried. That wasn't it. It was, oh my God, she is telling them everything. This girl could write a book. I love it. That's how it was. It's not, oh my God, she's telling them everything. It's, oh my God, she is telling them everything. That's how it is.
Kelly.
And that was not a dramatic reenactment. That was
Well,
like
of course,
how
Kelly,
it was,
I get you.
how it was supposed to be. It was supposed to come across like, oh my God, she's telling them everything, because she was telling them that John loved Amy more. He never liked Karen. She was just a babysitter with benefits.
Who's Amy? I missed.
It's not me, just so we're very clear. I have nothing to do with the Karen Reed.
It was the girl that he was dating before Karen. I believe that's what Paul O'Keefe testified to last year.
Oh, that's his brother who said that? The guy who literally burns lasers into Karen's head every day. He's the one who said that. That's cute. That's cute.
No, he's the one that Amy testified, or he testified that Amy was dating before Karen.
Mm-hmm.
That there was two girls he was dating, and it was Amy and Karen, or he dated that year or whatever. And Karen was the second girl.
Oh.
He had dated in a couple of years. But it was Carrie that said that Amy was his first love, or he only loved Amy, that Karen was just a babysitter with benefits. So she was talking to the cops, and Jen is in another room eavesdropping, even though she says she's not. She's totally.
She was not.
Girl, you know she wasn't. She was sitting there by the door going,
I was just sitting there.
Totally.
I was just doing my own thing, and of course I could hear what they were saying.
She had popcorn. She was like, "Girl."
She was sitting there typing out the conversation, is what she was doing. She was not just.
Girl, she is saying everything.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "This girl can write a book," and she's like, "I love it so much."
Wait, weren't her and her husband sitting at that table and they were just texting back and forth at the table in real time?
With a group. It was a group chat.
It was a group chat.
In the group chat.
Okay. Sorry, we had a kerfuffle at home and there was vacuuming happening and I did miss quite a bit.
I don't know if we got verification on if Amy is Bella's mom. they could have dated at a different time. I don't know, and I'm not going to start that.
Oh, I'm
You
sure.
know what?
There's already
The
some
Real Housewives of Canton, Massachusetts would have been a fucking fantastic reality show. Just saying.
These
Never
women
thought
are
about
something
Canton.
else. Jen McCabe is
We
is
probably
certainly
could have
something else.
also saved John O'Keefe if they had a reality show.
I am telling you,
Don't think it would.
I feel like Jen and Carrie, probably mostly Jen, is the mom. Like, girl, what do you know about so and so? And she is like, oh yeah, I can tell you. And oh yeah, she's the one where if you wanted to know, she was like that mom on the baseball team was like, ew, look at her,
Yeah,
or the basketball team, whatever it was, like that mom. Oh, I guarantee you that she was the one where it was like, if you want to know everybody's business, go sit next to her.
Well,
I mean, I'm
just
sure
calling and talking to everybody, all like for days afterwards.
But
she even said at
She
2
doesn't talk
o'clock
much.
in the morning, she's searching to see where the teams are all lining up. Like she wants to see the dirt on the teams, even like she wants to know where everybody stands because whatever her kids have to be the better, probably. I don't know. I'm just fucking around right
She's
now.
something else. She is something else for sure.
It's speculation. This is
All
just
speculation. We claim no legal expertise here. It's just
We're just a jury of her peers, of their peers, of everyone's peers.
I don't even want to be one of her.
We're just
peers.
soccer moms.
We're just soccer moms. I'm not a soccer mom, but isn't that annoying? I'm just a mom. Woman, I'm a mom too, but you don't hear me being like, I'm like innocent or something like that. Get out of here. I hate when people are like that.
I showed up at my house. I would be texting y'all like crazy. Call the FBI. It's here.
Yeah.
Our group chat would be exploding right now.
Oh my gosh. I can only imagine if our group chat got into court. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Read these text messages out loud. Do I have to?
Do we have to? Can we just get like AI to do it or something?
I'll just
please?
plead guilty.
And then I would sit back like this.
Oh my gosh. There's cannibalism in there. There's all the murder talk.
Don't be telling everybody our stuff. Dang it.
Because we watch Yellow Jackets before people think we're freaking weirdos.
Right.
All right.
Good Lord.
Just casual conversations about that. Well, thank you guys so much again for suggesting we all watch this today. It was a very big eye-opener, not only in Jen McCabe's testimony, but how the second trial is panning out, just having a glimpse into the past. So I'm very interested to see how Jackson's going to handle this cross tomorrow. He's had a whole day to work on it and to review things. So I'm hoping I think it'll still be a little spicy. He is a very passionate attorney. I love saying it. I love saying that.
He's very well spoken.
He's very well spoken.
I mean, even if he is discombobulated a little bit this time around.
He's dramatic. He has a bit of a personality, which I like to see. So I love that.
Did anybody catch yesterday when he had to correct Judge Bev by calling Jen McCabe
Miss Reed?
Miss Reed. I'm like,
I think I even made a face when it happened. Like, ooh, she.
Well,
he
called Carrie Jen McCabe. Like she's not tracking too well this year.
no.
And she's been through all of it.
Oh,
I don't think she has friend bracelets.
Everybody has friendship bracelets in this case. Well, and I want to say thank you to everybody that subscribed to the channel today. We got a lot of new subs. If you haven't yet, please like and subscribe and hit the notification bell, and you will know when we go live tomorrow morning at 8:30 Eastern.
8:30, not 7:30.
8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central, where we'll be doing day 8 of the Karen Reed trial. Jackson has said he has about 2 hours across. Brennan says he's
four
gonna have
then.
I don't
Probably
see it.
4 at least.
I think he set a low number to keep from getting yelled at by Bev.
probably, because Brennan says he's only got like 20 minutes, probably, which is crazy.
Well, I think Lally only had a few. What? 40 minutes and cross
Mm.
his redirect. So, I mean, see.
We'll see.
I'm
I think it's
pretty
going to be a
sure.
good day. So, and then if you guys got gifted any memberships today or became a member, Saturday we're doing a members only live event. JT and Terry from True Crime and Wine Time are going to be live in Austin, Texas, at the Hamilton Pools and Vineyards, covering the yogurt shop murders, and we're going to be streaming it live to our members only. Saturday, I want to say that that's probably at 4 p.m. Eastern. Because 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central on Saturday. So you guys can come and hang out and get special access if you can't make it to Austin, Texas on Saturday. There is no True Crime and Wine Time tonight because obviously there's flights happening and planning to happen for the event. And then, I think that's all we really got going on this weekend. So, Amy, it was so nice to have you on stream with us, by the way. Made it happen.
It was very nice to be here today. It was very
You're just
fun.
going to have to take a sick day and join us for the trial.
I mean, it's worth the PTO to spend with you all.
And I think somebody suggested, maybe we should do this for other testimony. I'll tell you the one that I'm interested in watching for sure is Proctor.
Me too.
Yeah.
So we probably, I don't want to watch them. I don't know. I don't know if we want to watch it before he comes on or not. We'll work it out, but we will definitely do a stream where we just listen to Proctor, whether it's before he comes on or whatever. So again, make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so you know when to get alerts from that.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
There certainly is a lot of things in this trial that are amiss.
Amiss, yes. Oh, Trooper Paul. That's the one that you said was like
cringe.
So cringe.
He was the accident reconstruction. Oh, and Higgins. Yes. Higgins, Trooper Proctor, Trooper Paul. I got 3.
Okay. Well, you know what? We will make an arrangement to do that. I mean, maybe if I can't do it during the week, maybe we can do like a weekend day stream to knock them all out or something, right? You can be there then.
People are always looking for something to stream on the weekend.
That's right. That's true. Well, I want to thank you all for joining us today. Again, tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Be here for Couch Court with Llama and friends, because these lovely faces usually join me. Except Annie, I don't think you're going to be around tomorrow.
Not much.
But that's okay. Buff will probably be around. Maybe Amy too. We'll see. Or it'll be just me. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, well, thank you all for being here today, and we will see you all tomorrow. You all have a great night, and go forth and be amazing. Bye, everyone. Thank you.